This is the week that we change seats as far as for the commission. My motion is that Ally Hamilton will be the chair for the next year. That's my motion.
Okay. Do I become vice chair?
You'll be vice. I think we'll do that one afterwards.
Okay.
So my motion is Ally will be the chair.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So that will put you as vice chair, Jason. My
Okay.
motion is for Jason Hightower to be vice chair for next year.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Moving into approval of the claims. Did you have a chance to go through this?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make a motion and we approve the claims in the amount of $1,749,589.92. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we do have adds and abates today. Make a motion to approve adds and abates 2025-0005, 2025-00139, 2025-00146 through 00150 in the amount of $161.42. That's my motion.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Okay, moving on to the agenda. Oh, wait. I'm giving too many. Are there any changes to the agenda anyone would like to add? Take off?
I need to clarify that under appraiser, there'll be an executive session, KSA 754319B1 for non-elected personnel for 10 minutes. And that is in addition to the one that's listed below.
Okay.
And then IT in the department head section.
I just have one thing for informational only. Jennifer Harlow called me this morning and they're going to have an economic development meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. at the People's Communication Building at Lacine. They're going to discuss the prize money for the youth entrepreneurship, and then they're also talking about the Pleasanton land. I will not be able to attend that one. I mean, I usually go set in, but I cannot attend. I've got a doctor's appointment.
Jason, are you interested? Do you want me to go in tomorrow, or do you?
I've
care?
got Area on Aging, East Central Kansas Area on Aging board meeting tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
I can go if it's
I'll agree with that. It's at 9 o'clock at the People's Communication at
okay.
Lacine.
I will be there at 9 a.m. I can do that.
Okay.
I need to add in new business executive session for attorney-client privilege, 5 minutes. 2 of those.
2 of them.
2 of them. 754319 B2. pending litigation is what it should, both of those would be under.
Okay.
I need to add under old business, planning and zoning appointment for District 2. And under new business, I need to add the courthouse regarding the Heritage Trust Fund and official appointment for Tisha Coleman, Southeast Kansas Mental Health. That's all I have. Does anyone else have anything?
I don't either.
I make a motion, we approve the agenda with the changes provided this morning.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I make a motion, we move the meeting for next Monday due to the holiday from January 19th to January 20th. Same location, 9 a.m.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. AMR? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Don Brooks with AMR. I've got your monthly ambulance report from January 1st through 11th. Blue Mound had 6 calls, 2 transports. Centerville, 5 calls, 2 transports. Lacine, 9 calls, 6 transports. Linn Valley, 4 calls, 3 transports. Mountain City, 8 calls, 7 transports. Parker, 5 calls, 2 transports. Pleasanton, 8 calls, 6 transports. Prescott, 3 calls, 1 transport, for a total of 45 calls and 28 transports so far this month. Anything else?
I don't have.
I don't have anything.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you, Don.
Sheriff's report. Does anybody have that pulled up?
I've got it pulled up here. The total prisoners, 63. Farmed out, 0. Total farmed in, 48. 911 calls, 73. Total jail contacts, 4101. Total calls for service, 716. Total civil service papers served, 17. Bin inspections, 10. New cases open, 33. Cases closed, 11. Vehicle crashes, 11. Bailiff contacts, 192. Livestock out, 1. SRO calls for service, 104.
IT?
Good morning, Chris Martin, Linn County IT Director.
Good morning.
Wanted me to come over this week. I think maybe email.
I have on my list emails, website, and prepared to move everything at the jail. That was the only notes I had.
Okay, so
Email update?
in the email, they're all done.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
All taken care of. On the website, everything is progressing on schedule. As same as the last update, the design is supposed to be completed by March, and then they'll give us a go live date after that.
Okay.
So,
So have
sometime
you been putting the departments together? Is there a,
that'll come after the design piece.
Okay.
Once they do that, I have worked with Chastity design wise, but once we get past that, that's when the training starts, and I'll
Okay.
get in touch with them and get all that scheduled. Everything was removed from there like in July or August. There's nothing that IT is going to keep or need or whatever. There's some desks left over there. Those aren't ours. But all equipment has been removed.
okay.
Generator and everything said, I mean,
The generator's still hooked up
to the jail.
to the building.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that would be,
I think that's what we were discussing.
yeah, you're going to need some kind of a crane truck or something to pick that thing up and move it. The electricity's been shut off. I know that. So there's no power over there at all.
So the only thing would be the generator.
Yes, from my
your-
understanding.
And
Yeah.
it's still hooked to the courthouse where it's at right now?
No, it's just that building.
Just that building?
Just that
So
building.
we don't need that generator?
That's your decision, what you want to.
Is there one on the courthouse? No,
There is
nothing.
not.
Okay.
No, there's no generator on the courthouse or the old district court building.
So that one's just sitting there.
It is.
So we should get it hooked up.
We need to
something.
move it to a different location.
Well, hook it to them two places or something.
Right.
Is it something we need?
Do you?
Will they
want-
run both those?
Yes. It's designed to be able to do that. Now, I mean, we would need to go out and get some kind of an engineer because it would require 2 transfer switches, one for each facility. It is a 3-phase generator, so
Because
that
it's
shouldn't be a
2
problem.
meters there.
Correct. And then we'd have to get a gas line ran where it is now. Yeah, I don't think you would want to leave it there.
That gas line right next to the building.
It's right next to the building, yeah. Yeah. But if you left the generator sitting where it was, I don't know about if you're going to demolish the building, how to protect the generator from that
Right.
process. But the gas line is already ran to it where it sits currently. But we would probably need to get somebody, we could engage maybe with Clifford Power, which is who we do our maintenance through currently, or I don't know, an electrician, somebody that would have experience, because a dual transfer switch is not the same as just a generator to one building. There would be some programming and things like that involved. It's a very nice generator though.
Well, I think we ought to
Further
try to
discussion with
repurpose.
Jesse. You want to discuss it further with Jesse, or
I think we should try to repurpose that generator to the courthouse and district court.
That's what I would be in favor of. If it will run both of them, let's to repurpose it there.
So that'll be something else that, we'll want to talk about with Jesse and see if he can do the legwork. Right? On getting that
Talked
moved.
last week, I don't know about getting a bid on the old jail.
Yep.
Moving forward with that.
that's
Okay.
all I had
Okay.
for you. Do you guys have anything else for Chris?
Could I request a 5-minute executive session for non-elected personnel?
I'll make a motion to go into executive session with the 3 commissioners
Mhm.
and IT.
Yes, please.
That's it.
That'd be fine.
For 5 minutes for non-elected personnel.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 5 minutes. We'll return at 9:19. There was no action. We're going to jump down and bring the auditor up, and then we'll get back into the agenda as follows. This is Rodney Burns. Just introduce yourself.
Morning. Okay, this is the audit for 2024. I realize it's really late, but
2024.
I had another client that set me back last year quite a bit. I'm running way behind, so I apologize for that. The report there I just gave to Chastity. There are no cash basis violations, no budget violations, so that's all good. Your ARPA money, you had to have obligated by the end of 2024, and you have obligations in place to spend all that. There's also $100,000 of LATCF money, which is the same as ARPA, but it's distributed on a different basis. And that's included in there. You've got obligations for that as well. And it all has to be spent by the end of 26. So those obligations have to be finished by then. Just want to remind you of that.
Okay.
At the end of each year, the special auto fund has to transfer their balance over to the general fund. That's under statute. They have to do that by June 1st of each year. At the end of 23, there was $558 in there. It didn't actually get transferred until in June of 25. It just got missed in 24, I guess. But they went in and transferred in 25. So the money's got there eventually. It's just late.
Do we have a fine because of that?
What's that?
Do we get fined because of
No.
that? Or, okay.
No. I mean, technically it's a statutory violation, but there's no consequence for it.
Okay.
So, it's just something to watch in the future, make sure it gets done timely. We made a couple of adjustments on the ARPA money. There were some expenses that were paid out of road and bridge and out of general fund that really should have been in ARPA. So we made adjustments to account for those, and they're being taken into account in the audit here. So that's how it shows your ARPA money being obligated that way. And since you spent more than $750,000 in federal aid, I had to do what's called a single audit on top of the regular audit, where I test compliance. And I tested the compliance of the ARPA funds, and everything was fine. Your people did a good job documenting everything, and you work with SEK Regional Planning, and they document everything as well too, and everything's fine on that. So there's no problems with that. Other than that, everything else went fine. I apologize for being so late, but everything went well once I got here.
Good.
So, do you have any questions about anything I can answer?
This is the first I'm seeing it, so maybe if I have any, we can discuss it next week. But
Okay. Do you want me to kind of review what you're looking at?
if you want, that'd be
Please.
great.
Okay.
I don't.
Each year in January, you adopt a resolution to waive generally accepted accounting principles. And because of that, you fall under the cash basis and budget laws of the state of Kansas. So this report is geared to show that. And right up front is my opinion on the financial statements. And it says you did not follow GAAP, which you didn't because you waived out of the requirements of that. But you did follow the cash basis and budget laws, and there's no modification on that. So that's just my opinion.
For 2025, wasn't the prior clerk moving to follow GAAP protocol?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
I would recommend against it if you can.
Okay.
You're not set up to handle GAAP financial statements. Because you have to have full accrual, calculate depreciation on everything. From your standpoint, with the budgetary laws, it's a lot easier just to follow the cash basis and budget law. And it's a lot more meaningful to you as far as reading what the public needs to see. Okay, on page 6 and 7, this is actually your financial statement. And that's an overview of each county fund, the beginning balance, what the receipts were and the expenses, and the ending balance. And then in the far right column is the actual cash in each fund, and that's added down to a total, and that's supported by what's in the bank down at the bottom there. You can see all the money and all the funds is supported by what's recorded in the banks. And that is your main financial statement. That's what I'm giving my opinion on. Behind that, for the next 8 or 10 pages, are what's called the notes to the financial statement. And that just describes your basis of accounting. Receipts are recorded when you receive the money. Expenses include accounts payable and encumbrances. Other than that, it's basically the cash basis of accounting. And there's a description of different, property taxes and reimbursed expense, a description of the budget law, and how you follow that. A lot of just generic information. On page 13 is a schedule of your outstanding debt. You have 2 outstanding bond issues on your jail, and that shows the transactions for the year plus payments in the future that are still due. On page 14, there's a schedule of transfers that you made between funds for the year. And some more description of your compensated absence plan, your CAPERS pension plan. On page 16, there's no statutory violations for cash basis budget law. Then starting on page 18, there's a summary of just the budgeted funds and what their budget was and what they spent for the year and whether they're over or under budget. And as long as the entries in the far right column are negative, that means you're under budget, so you complied with the budget law. So between the statement up front shows the cash basis law, this one shows the budget law. You can see on those 2 statements whether you complied or not. Then from there, towards near the end, there's a separate statement for each fund that shows the prior year actual, the current year actual, the budget, and it's detailed out by line item and by department. So you can see for each fund what they received and spent for the year. And that's detailed to match what's in your budget, so you can kind of see where that came from. Now on page 59, there's a schedule of agency funds. These are funds that you collect money for, like the school districts, cities, townships. You collect taxes and distribute to them. It's not your money, but you handle it, so it shows here as an agency fund. And behind that, starting on page 62, are the opinions on the single audit. The first one shows a statement of your internal control over the financial programs. And the next one is a statement of compliance with those programs. As I said, there are no findings on either one. On page 67, there's just a summary. It's called the Schedule of Findings and Question Cost. That's just a summary of what we tested and what we found. And if you look about 2/3 of the way down the page, it shows the one major program we had to test was the coronavirus funds, which is the ARPA funds. And then the very last page in the audit is the schedule of expenditure and federal rewards. And that shows every federal program that you receive money from, how much you received and how much you spent. You see the total on there was $782,000. That's why I had to do a single audit, because it was over $750,000. Now this year for 25, that raises to $1 million. So depending on how much ARPA money is left and how much health grants you get, a single audit may not be required next year.
Okay.
That's basically an overview on that. You have any questions about any of that? I know I went through kind of fast, but
I don't.
I don't have any right now.
you want to talk about a contract for next year audit while I'm here?
Yes.
Okay. There's 2 copies of the contract to do the 25 audit. The price will be, say, $18,750, which is a $550 increase over this year, about 3%. And it does include an extra $3,000 if a single audit is required.
If which?
If a single audit is required next year, there'll be an extra $3,000. Well, like I said, it may not be depending on how much you actually spend.
18,750.
Yes.
What year would this be for you?
25 fiscal year.
No, no, no. How many years have you been serving?
Oh, I've done 2 so far.
2. This will be the 3rd.
Yeah.
Was there something that I remember that we had to switch every 3? Or is that wrong?
I don't believe that's the case. So,
I thought
I mean, it is,
whenever David Lamb was here, I thought we used Banworts for numerous years, and then we had to switch because it's a good idea to switch.
there
Is it
is,
every
I
3
mean,
years?
it's not necessarily every 3rd year, but it is a good practice to not always have the same auditor because it keeps you on your toes, a different set of eyes looking at it. Things along those lines that is helpful.
Yeah, there's nothing that requires you to switch. Some people do, some don't. I've got some clients I've been with for 40 years. That, there's 2 different ways of thinking about that. Some think, a new set of eyes might see something different. But another way of thinking is that somebody that's more familiar with it may see something that's unusual that year. That would, it's whichever way you look at it.
Right.
But there's nothing that requires it.
If I can give my 2 cents, working with him made my life extremely easy, especially being a new clerk and not having an idea. He was very easy to work with, walked me through stuff, explained things to me. So my recommendation is to use him again next year.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we enter into agreement with Rodney M. Burns CPA LLC to perform our 2025 audit for the amount of $18,750 with an additional $3,000 being charged in the event we have a single
Audit.
audit.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. I appreciate working with you. There's 2
Thanks,
files
Rodney.
there, one for me, one for you.
Okay. Is the executive session with Rodney, or is that something different, Chastity? Under clerk?
I know it's
Okay. Yep.
James is here.
You want to go back and pick up IT?
Chris, you want to come back up to the podium?
Does that look?
Just go ahead and state your new hire's name and rate of pay if you can remember it,
Yes.
and then we'll make that motion.
I would like to request that we hire for the open IT position, Katie Parscale at a scale of 11A, which is 22.1626 per hour.
And her hire date, what would
February 2nd would be the begin.
February 2nd, 2026. I'll make a motion that we approve the new hire of Katie Parscale at the pay rate of 11A 22.1626 effective February 2nd, 2026 for IT.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Thank you, commissioners.
Thanks.
Anything else for me?
I don't have anything.
I
Thank
don't
you,
have
Chris.
anything.
We'll get
Thanks,
this
Chris.
filed. Whenever you send the uniform out, can you take Danielle's name? Okay, okay. Just so it's a blank form. James, are you ready to come up? Okay.
I don't have the sheriff. Probably about to send it over. I
We
was
already
We read it.
On a call
Sorry. Yeah.
this morning since 4:00.
Thank you.
But what it brought to you, sorry, Sheriff James Akes, Linn County. So what it brought to you was we try to look in the future, foreseeable future expenses. One thing that caught my attention is our tasers are about to expire. That project would affect the 2027 budget. I would have to budget in. What I'm requesting is that we move funds, unused funds from this year's budget to the equipment reserve so we can fund that project, so I don't have to increase my budget in the contractual area. That's what got me probably the hardest this year, was the contractual area with all the contracts coming due. And I foresee this coming in the 2027 budget, but if we can go ahead and get ahead of it. Chassis sent me over this morning. We had 223,000 and some change left over that was unused in the budget. I'm not requesting any more than what the contract is. I attached the Axon tasers are. I attached it to the back of the proposal. That's my request at this time. You guys don't have to decide on it now. You can decide on it later. I wanted to bring it to your attention. Everything else, I don't see anything else affecting our budget for 2027. As a matter of fact, I do see areas that we're going to improve on. And one of the areas that we're going to improve on is our new patrol cars came in, and there was 2 of those patrol cars, and they came in and they're hybrids. We're going to see how great they are. I believe that they're going to be a very big cost savings, and we'll be able to lower the fuel budget like we thought.
Do you have a charging station?
It's just a hybrid.
A
It's
hybrid.
not.
Oh,
It's
I
not
thought
all
it was
electric.
Not electric.
Yeah.
Put it in.
Yep. So, anyways, we're going to try them out. We can get the first 7. We're going to try out and make sure that they're good to go.
I think it's a good idea to move this over instead of sending it back to the general fund and then having to raise your budget in the future.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to avoid, is any kind of 2027 raise in the future.
Well, what is this 223,000 budgeted for this next year? Is the way I look at that, is if we're extra here, we've got 223 in the next year's budget.
So where did the 223,000 come from?
I know it's extra this year.
Yeah.
So is it 223 in this 25 budget? What is it for this year?
In 26.
Well, yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, of course it's in the budget. It's unused fuel. Okay. It is medical expenses in the jail. There was a line item that also had for inmate transport, and there was another line item for inmate supplies. And I mean, just those 3 line items there.
How much did your budget go up this year from last year?
Yeah, I would have to look at my budget. It was 400,000 or 500,000, I believe.
Well, there's 400 or 500,000, and there's an extra 200 and some here as well. Look at it for next year. We didn't use it this year.
Now, hold on. Okay.
So the difference between the 152 goes back to the general fund, not back into his budget.
Right. I'm not asking for anything more than, so whatever the remaining balance is 70,000 and some change would go back into the general fund. I'm not asking for that. I'm not asking for 223,000.
So you're just wanting
The 152 to cover just the taser program. That's all I'm asking for. It's going to be there. I mean, we're going to ask for it, whether we pay for it now or pay for it in 2027. It's a tool that we use in law enforcement, and unfortunately they expire and they're electric and they go bad. They're not servicing parts for the ones that we have now.
I don't have a problem with you using that money for the tasers. I just have a general question. When we approve 152,000 to go back into anyone's budget or wherever it is, and you're saying that's we're going to use that for tasers, how are we tracking that?
So equipment reserve is its own account.
Right.
Sorry to interrupt you. Equipment reserve is its own account. And I have no problem presenting the documentation, and Joni's sitting here and Chassie's sitting here. They're very accountable.
But is it a total in equipment reserves, or is it allocated to 152,000? This is for tasers.
The notes in the document state what it's used for. So example, elections, there was a note in there that fund was used for poll
But
books.
prior to it being used, we need to allocate.
It's
to-
again, it's got a little parenthesis
Okay.
that says this money is designed to use for this. And if it's
But-
not specifically, I think back to, if it's not specifically at that time, most of the departments are saying, this is what I'd like to use this money towards. And so there's a parentheses that it states, this is where that money needs to be used at.
Right.
But not required necessarily.
Correct.
Correct.
They can
Correct.
Still do what they decide
Correct.
to do with it.
Correct.
With our approval.
Well, with you, yes. So the vehicles that we just sold,
Mhm.
their sole purpose was to upfit the new vehicles, because as a matter of fact, 3 of the vehicles that we had gotten rid of had parts from before I started here in 2013, and they had just been regurgitated the whole time. And anyways, and
Okay.
they've been modified.
So the other question I have is, anyone can answer this. So on what you had left over, you're not taking all of that.
No.
And the other will go back into general fund.
Correct.
It goes back into general fund. I just had a citizen ask it, so I'm just going to ask why and how does that not go back to the taxpayers? If we don't use it out of the budget, why are we not giving that back to the taxpayers? Is that
Okay, so the money that goes back into there, if we're looking at like our audit and things that way, builds up our cash reserves within those accounts.
so we're just building tax reserves?
Right, but remember, as we were going through our budget this year, we have to have certain levels of cash reserves. If we have over that, we can use that money to fund next year's budget
Okay.
to keep us from having increases.
I don't have an issue with moving that money over. Do you guys?
I don't.
My question is, with the 152,000, if it goes into this year's budget, I guess is what you're trying to tell me, you're going to buy your tasers ahead of time.
Correct. That's what we were going to get in on the contract, because the discounts apply now, this year. The discounts are for this year. And there was $60,000 in discount, $63,000 in discount, rather than, but I mean, they've got a plan where we can stretch it out over 5 years too, but it's going to have to be budgeted for the next 5 years. We're going to pay for it either way. But then we lose our discount. So we're paying an extra $60,000 over 5 years.
I would rather just pay it.
Jim,
You guys can,
you want him to wait for 2027 or? I'll make a motion that,
You don't actually need to make a motion. We'll put, it's included in the motion with all of them together. So once the others talk, you can make one motion
Yeah.
for this
okay.
resolution.
as you guys probably saw in the report, our jail numbers are going up. So we had a good increase. We're expecting more of an increase. in this coming weeks, and we're moving right along. So just I figured it was a wave, and we rode that wave. So anyways, yeah. Anything else you guys can think of? Oh, last thing, I was contacted. I know this is coming up with our recent incident. There's a dog ordinance on the books with Linn County. Some of it was focused towards the pit bull breed, but this thing was back from 1995. We're probably going to have to start working on something, modifying, replacing, something like that. It's going to come to light. So it's something to keep and familiar yourself with. I can't remember I could send you the resolution number. Is 95 something on the dog resolution, but you might familiarize yourself with it. And I believe that's going to be something, as we have noticed in the last just in the last 2 years, there has been more conflict with dogs. And if we need to maybe get another county or something, and see what their resolutions are towards dogs, towards vicious dogs, towards dog bites, things like that, we probably need to get that. That's coming.
So I know last week we had it on the agenda to go into executive. I think that we need to put that back on the agenda probably.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know if it's,
it's from 1995. We definitely need to take a look at it. So, maybe.
So can you get that resolution and be prepared to discuss it with us next week?
yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, James.
Thanks, James.
Treasurer, Joni? Good morning.
Morning.
How are you today?
Good. How are y'all?
Good.
I'm Joni, County Treasurer. I just have something really quick. We got on our pay for Friday, for the 12th. I was given the information on Thursday around 3:45. And when I looked at the amount of that pay, I wanted to fall over because it was over $1 million. And my question is, can I get an advance notice as soon as we know that we're going to be spending that kind of money, so I can make arrangements, because we do not have that kind of money just sitting in our checking account. So
that was for the claims.
that was for, that part, it was $1 million something out of road.
Okay.
That 1.14 million.
Okay.
And so what she's implying is she needs at least a week, if not 2 weeks notice before something like that is paid. So she has time to get that money switched over.
Okay.
Just something that's
It was for the high risk rural roads
right.
that we had to pay to the state.
So
See, and in this time of year, at the end of the year, we're collecting money, but we're also moving a lot of money out of our now account, because we can't have that much money sitting in there in that particular bank. So I had the money to move back, but I didn't know until that night that I needed to move that much money. And I think it may have possibly was going to happen maybe a month or two before that. And that also was a problem because at the, getting close to October, we're not taking in that much money. So our account's pretty low there as well. So year round, if I could just get a notice, as if you guys are planning, or whatever department it is that's planning on doing a big purchase, that would help me out quite a bit.
Okay.
So it would help if we set a dollar figure on
I think just communication and keeping those lines open with the treasurer's office and the
That would
clerk's
be-
office as well,
That'd be perfect.
to allow for those things
I'm-
that are going to happen and know that they can't be just paid immediately.
Can
Right.
she be added to the claims email?
But I mean, by then it's already,
Too late.
Yeah, it's after the fact. So I believe after she and I conversed and talked about this, the plan will be moving forward. One of us is going to send an email out to all department heads and notify them that when they have large claims, I mean, really anything over probably $50,000. They need to be notifying us, giving us a heads up so we can make the adjustments that need. So.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
I
just,
think that's workable.
okay. All right. Well, that's all I needed.
So should we send an email out to everyone?
So, yeah.
Is this a resolution? Is
I don't
this
think it's a resolution.
policy change?
I don't know that there is an exact policy. I think like Jason said, it's more about communication and just not waiting till the last minute type of deal. And I understand why Public Works did it. I mean, we were trying to use money from 2025 instead of having to turn around and bite into 2026 budget. So we did it that way, but we, again, lack of communication and new people, we just didn't give enough time. So it was panic mode for everybody, to be honest. So
Yeah. And I just thought I would come over and share that, but that would be really helpful
appreciate
for,
that,
for
Judy.
my office. And I don't always get to hear, we're always so busy. We have the meeting on, the commission meetings, but we don't hear half of it because, so
Because you're
you may talk about it in here and I just miss it. So I just thought I'd come over and bring that up. But that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thanks,
Have a good
Joni.
day. Lisa?
Lisa Kelstead, County Appraiser. Just thought I'd give you guys an update on where we're at right now. We're working on 26 values. We finished the cost approach and we're just about done with the comparable sales approach. I'm working on the income approach now, which is commercial for income. We still have to value affordable housing and grain elevators, some specialty items, but we're moving forward. With that, I'm going to be starting hearings next month. I have about probably over 100 payment under protest hearings. So we'll be starting that in February. I have a few 4 BOTA hearings that are going to be scheduled where we're going to Topeka, and we'll have those coming up in the future too. So, but what I came here today for is I'd like to rehire an employee who's recently worked for us in the last 6 months. He's asked if we would consider rehiring him. So with your permission, I'd like to rehire Trevor Mandrigas, and we're going to bring him back as the salary that he left at as an 8C. And I didn't write down the dollar amount that is.
Got one of those forms.
I have one. I have it.
Oh, you have one?
I have it.
Okay.
The start date will be January 20th.
I'm gonna adjust it to the 20th.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I forgot the 19th was a holiday, so.
What was the rate again?
8C.
Do you know how much?
I didn't write it down on my form. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That's what he left at. I checked. We just got our ag use values in this week too from the state, so we've put the new ag values into. So it's a work in progress.
Did you need an executive session?
No.
Okay. I don't know why. I thought.
No.
Okay.
8C is 31.
What? 31?
No, that's not right. 8C.
Yeah.
Are you looking at,
Say 11. We just did one.
yeah, it's 18 something, I think.
It says 2025 skill matrix.
Maybe looking at yearly or.
James, you can come up and ask the question real quick while we're looking at the matrix.
18, 24, 86. It's just
Go ahead, James.
We've run into a couple problems
Okay.
and I need the question answered. We've got illegal dumping. And we had an illegal dumping up on 2400 Road north of Lacine. They looked like they just kicked all the trash out of their truck, threw a deer carcass out and some other trash. We couldn't find any names associated with it. We investigate the crime, we take the report, and we dig through the trash to find out who dumped it. We had paint buckets dumped on 1700 Road in Hatzel, and we went out and, took the report and everything else. Who's responsible for picking that up? Is it Public Works?
That's who
I
usually
think so.
goes and picks it up.
So would you like a work order ticket made? Okay, that's all I needed to know because they asked me and I don't have the answer for it. So anytime we run into something like that, we'll do everything that we can to find out who did it. I mean, we'll even set up the cameras. We're talking about setting up cameras up on 2400 Road north of Lacine because this is not the first time. So we've got to get it under control. Thank you.
Thanks, James.
Thanks, James. Okay, Lisa. Sorry, we're ready to go. Do you guys have an issue with rehiring him? I'll make a motion that we rehire Trevor Mendriguez at HC at a rate of $18.2486. Hire date 1/20.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With her? The one I just crossed out? Right here? All right. I will make a motion. We go into executive session, KSA 754319B2, attorney-client privilege with the three commissioners, our attorney Jacqueline, Lisa Kelstadt, and County Clerk Chastity. That's my motion.
Second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Returning at 10:00. There was no action. Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Higwell, Linn County Rural Fire and Emergency Management. Last week, our call numbers were we had one structure fire, one wildland fire, 5 EMS assists, 3 vehicle crashes, and 1 canceled en route. Total for the week was 11 calls. Total for the year, we're setting at 18 calls. That is all I have this week unless you have questions.
I don't have anything.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
One more thing. Next Thursday will be our LEPC meeting here. We'll start around 11 o'clock. We'll be serving lunch if we could get one of the commissioners or other department heads to come to that. So
When was it again?
next Thursday,
The time?
we usually like to start around 11. We're going to have Dwayne Banzit with the Neosho Fire Department, retired chief from there, is going to come in and talk about the incident in Neosho in 2016 when they had aerosol plant explode and how that affected the community, how EM and fire and everybody, law enforcement all worked together through that incident and some of the problems and what they learned from that incident. So he's going to give a presentation on that next week. So
I'm already booked that day.
22nd at 11 here at the.
Yep. Here at the annex.
I can be there.
All right. Thank you.
I'll put
Thanks,
it in
Randy.
my calendar. I missed the last one. Thanks, Randy. Okay, I'll open it up for public comment. I'm gonna go in. It says 10. I hate, we always miss it. All right, I'll close public comment. Jesse?
Jesse Walton with Public Works. A few things I'd like to go over this morning. First, I sent out, we had a dump truck. The turbo seized up on it last week. I sent out the cost to get that approved. The total will be $6,470.56 to purchase this. We also get some money back on the core charge when we take that back in.
$6,470.56.
Correct.
I'll make a motion that we allow Public Works to fix the dump truck in the amount of $6,470.56.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We went through last year's budget. I was able to get a hold of the clerk. We went over this, handed out this of what money we had left over total from all of the road departments put together, which was 1.6 million. There's been a discussion this morning related to monies that I asked for to get sent over to KDOT that we had committed to them for $1.1 million to go to them. And this is for the high risk rural road project 1095 on the north half that needs to be paid to KDOT. What I'd like to do with that monies from last year is to do a purchase agreement out of that funds for the $1,140,000 to get sent to KDOT. That gives us a remaining of $550,023.42, which I would like to move that money into the special road and bridge fund. We have our engineering costs coming up that we've started with our old military bridge out here. We're going to have to pay our on-call engineer for that. I'd like to use those monies there. And also for the preliminary engineering, when we get that figured out on the south half of the 1095 project coming up, because that money will be coming out of our pocket. It is not part of the funding that KDOT gives to us for that portion of that project.
Okay. So we've sent the money or we haven't sent the money?
We have not sent the money.
Okay.
So Jesse sent it over last week. So how
Well-
much time are you asking for us to give you then? To bill us?
Well, as Joni shared, that money's just not sitting in that bank, so she needs a good week to be able to make the phone calls and transfer the money and make sure that it's there before we cut the check.
And the checks will be cut this week then?
Yeah.
They'll be
That was
mailed-
a week. I
Well, it was Thursday.
It was Thursday when I was contacted by KDOT,
Okay.
that this money had not been received yet, and that is honestly on my fault of not seeing that through. So
Okay.
Remember-
If
It
you
worked
sent it on
out,
Thursday,
yeah.
we're here today. It's not enough time. I got
Yeah.
it. I understand.
And it worked out. We talked it through. It was, she just moving forward, she'd like to see a little bit more notice.
And I've been in contact with the KDOT and they said, just please keep us updated as it goes through. And I said, I sure will. So I called them, told them what I visited with Chastity about that. And then we were going to be bringing that into you.
So all of our portion of that will be paid then?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
So we made a motion to pay it. So you're wanting us to move and approve,
I would like to move the remaining balance of that fund.
but that's on you, and then we'll make that motion later, right? Okay. Do you guys have an issue with that?
I don't.
I also had a list of other money that I would like to move to the special equipment fund.
The others on the backside?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys had a chance to look that over yet or not.
I did. Did you see it?
Like the planning and zoning, why are we moving that to special equipment?
So where we didn't have anybody in there for certain periods of time, we didn't pay those salaries out. So most of that money is coming from that, on that end of that job.
And the custodial, is that just for wages or?
Yeah, a lot of that was wages on the custodial end.
So what would we be using, like the planning and zoning special equipment?
So I talked with Jenny about that, and we wanted to go over her budget for this next year to see where that could be used or if it needed to be used through that budget. I don't know how much time I have to present that to move that money over, or if we're past that deadline.
I think today is,
Today.
Today's the deadline, I think.
okay.
So for me, did she have a few things, bullet lists of what she would want to use that for?
So she hadn't had time to go over that last week. She's been really busy with other things that have come in on that. So if you guys can decide whatever you want to do with that money in the planning and zoning end of it.
I can understand why it may not sound like a need. The only thing I could think of was possibly the public hearings and forums that she has to have for
But that's not
data
equipment.
storage and,
That's not equipment, so.
oh, well then I don't know.
So there was,
Attorneys, I
know there was
guidance.
2-line budget items in there that when I did go over stuff with Jenny earlier last year, for mailing our plats for approval, where we're mailing them out to get approved, there wasn't enough money in there to cover that for the year. So that one has been exceeded. And And there was one other one in there. A lot of it had to do with mailing things out. There wasn't enough money there to mail notices out to the public and also for our plats to be approved.
Yeah.
Noxious weed?
Noxious weed, we'd like to move that into the special equipment reserve fund.
Why was we so far over on that? What,
I can't remember where that one came from, Jim. The rest of that money's in there, but the salaries were really close to being used up, and the equipment. There was the chemical cost. We didn't quite fulfill that one on there. I do remember that part of it. I'd have to go back through on that one.
Chastity, how much money does planning and zoning have in special equipment?
for this year? For the
Just-
new year?
For on their balance?
It's still there, right? This isn't in special equipment now, though, right?
Correct.
On the solid waste one, most of that money there is the extra from capital outlay in that on the special, solid waste that we didn't use in there.
They have nothing.
Nothing.
Looks like it was exceeded in 2023 for the truck.
2023 would have been probably the year, wasn't it?
No,
No, the
I'm
private
talking
truck.
planning and zoning.
The planning, okay.
In the past, have we required the departments to submit a form as exactly what they want and what this, to me, that makes sense. I need to see the department, the questions we're asking, how much is currently in special equipment, what are they saving for, what's in parentheses right now, what do they want to add, what do they want to transfer. I just feel like we need a form.
I think that would be great going forward.
Moving forward, absolutely.
See what you're
Because,
saving 4 or 5 years down the road.
I mean-
Yep.
and exactly, you know,
So
what can be used for special equipment. I mean, is that a decision that it's trucks, it's
what if we
clearly
would
not
only-
salaries, right? I mean,
Right.
so custodial salary, we had that left over, but he should have already budgeted for next. So I don't know. It's
That's what my question is, why we're moving special, custodial money over into special equipment. I don't know that should move it in there.
well, I mean, there have been,
And my only
Big
thing on the
discussions on-
custodial is, there is times when we have to buy equipment and things of that nature
I'm
on
not saying-
custodial. I think that more of our issue is, planning and zoning, where we don't really have a whole lot of purchases that we're using that money for.
We're already
Noxious.
budgeting for stuff in custodial too, right, for purchases? I mean,
Correct.
Have we got,
Right, but if we have the money sitting in equipment reserve, that's money we don't have to budget going forward. Right? That's money that can be cut out of the budget. We can have them use the equipment reserve to purchase those things rather than having it come out of their budget where we're already, I think if we start talking about 2027 today, I think it's pretty obvious that we're going to be up against it before we even have any increases. Would you guys agree?
I would agree. I would like to have a paper trail because again, in 2027, when we're talking about, and he puts tasers back on the line item, I mean, we have to remember so much, and without having eyes on it, for me, it's really hard.
Okay.
Um,
So like for me on planning and zoning, I guess I would be okay moving 20,000, 10 or 20,000, something along those lines to special equipment, but no more than that.
but is mailing fees, is that considered, that's not special equipment, right?
I don't think so.
Then we're dealing with the rest of it, then leave it
Back into the general
in
fund,
general fund. That's what I think it should get back to, so.
the whole thing, or do you think part of it?
We could leave a portion of it, I mean, but the way I look at it is, my question is, we taxed this year for 2024, and it's already taxed for 2025 in there again, basically, because we didn't change it.
26.
Or
Yeah.
2026, yeah. So it's already, so basically, we're giving them double. You know, when we didn't use it here, we've already taxed, we're taxing for 2026, so. We're basically, instead of 24,000, the way I look at it, Jason, there's 48 laying there if we didn't use it. I mean, there's still money there for this year. Does that,
Yes,
Makes
there is
sense.
still money there for this year.
the 24,000, if we'd stayed to where we was at and didn't have to use it, there's 48,000 if we left it in the,
But they don't get to keep this unless we move it to special equipment.
I know. If we move it, I don't think we need to move it to special equipment, that's what I'm saying.
On all of them?
Yes, that's what I would say, but unless you're showing me you're, actually saving, you've been planning for something 5 years down the road and saving, budgeting $50,000 a year for a $250,000 purchase.
On
I
this
think,
one,
I think solid waste needs to happen. It needs to be moved. Just because we'll always be having things come up out there that we're gonna have to pay for. I don't think we can just return that 158,000 to the general fund. Do you?
Well, we've spent the money, basically, we have not paid for it, but we've spent it for
Trucks,
upgrade of trucks.
right,
I mean, it hasn't been spent, but we know when it's gonna be spent,
Okay.
so.
right. I'm just saying, but I mean, you're not talking about not transferring it, right?
We've spent that money, and I see where that's going.
Okay,
You know, I mean, we
That's
did spend
different.
it in 2025 on the ARPA bought the trucks and we need to upgrade them. So I think we spent that myself, or that's why I look at it.
okay,
We just haven't written the check.
okay.
And I think we're ahead of the game there.
Are you okay with that?
I'm great with that on the solid waste end because that money is spent.
But the way I look at it is if we put it there looking for, we get a wish list then.
Okay. So not moving anything out of custodial or planning and zoning? Is that what you're saying? Or do
And
you want to
option
move a
three.
piece?
We had this discussion last week too, and I know I just now sent you the text, but did you provide us with the over and under for each department in the office?
Document that
Oh,
got right there. Is that what you're talking about?
yeah. Oh boy. So, this is just something that Miami County had. It was just a bulleted list of over and unders of the department. So I don't know if I can find it here, but
So, yeah.
right here.
So that's, it's got the negative. They've gone over.
We're that far over on ours.
So are you looking for something specific? Something?
When we recess, I would like to put that in a document of the over and unders. Not you. I think I can do it real quick. Like in 10 minutes. Just. Well, there's a lot of departments that were over. I think that to make a solid decision on all of this, we're trying to break even at minimum, right? Before we transfer everything back, do we want to see the total numbers?
Well, I think we should see where we're at completely. I mean, we should see that number.
I don't like making, oh, let's transfer 10,000. Let's do this without knowing, okay, what can we do to?
What does it take to find out exactly where we're at on the budget, Jason?
As in, I know that Friday when I was on my training call with closing out 2025, all of our numbers balanced. To know where we're at, I think what Allie's talking about, the quickest way would be to just sit down and look at where we're over and what was initially budgeted. The what I find to be a little discrepancy or hard to understand is when you have the general fund and when that money, so it would be if commissioners are over and clerk is not, that clerk is compensating for the commissioners. So it's not like everybody has their own individual fund. Again, moving forward, I would like to be able to have a conversation with each one of these department heads and say, you have to be responsible. You cannot go over. So you have to find a way to cut so this doesn't happen. I do know that there's one department that an elected official is new, just a little newer than I am. And she was like, I had no idea what my budget even consisted of. So she was new to the whole situation and she's over budget. She's
Where'd
like,
that come from?
Well, that's
Salary or-
because someone before
some of
her,
it, yes,
I mean,
salary.
she just came in, so I'm not gonna blame.
No, I
her on
agree
that.
with that.
But we had a discussion right
We
here
did.
one day with the old one, that
I
think it is, and I point blank asked as far as budget on salaries, and she assured us
She wasn't
right at
gonna
the
go.
podium that wasn't gonna happen.
And that's, if we're talking about the same, it did happen. But that particular individual now, that elected official, she's sick over it. She's like, I don't know how to
It's not
fix
her
it. And I'm
fault.
like,
It's
you
not
can't
her
fix it.
The other thing, so on equipment reserve says we're negative 184.
That's a different, that's a different department. The equipment reserve what I have here is not a budgeted line item.
What do you think, Jason? We should look at, see exactly where we're at, dollars and cents.
I'm good with that. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna get through the agenda as we have and then come back to that?
I'm good with that. Chastity asked for a 10-minute recess as well before we go over the
Equipment
the
reserve.
numbers over equipment reserve again.
Okay.
If anything, we could at least have the departments that are requesting it back at minimum. I think we could pull that. Okay. Jesse, did you Continue, please.
This K-Camp risk inspection that came through, I do have a few questions of what you would like to do or how to proceed forward on this. We have several of these deals that he put on here that says install barrier bollards in front of all overhead doors. These are the pipes that you see in the ground. They're usually painted yellow on the sides of the roll-up drive-through doors. My question is, do we need to get a hold of our insurance to see if this is going to give us any discounts of that nature?
Are you asking for just,
installing those?
is that the only question you have?
That's one.
One
That's
of them?
probably the main one. This is
Page
not
one?
going to be a short, as in time frame, to fix. This is going to take quite a bit of time to go through and do this.
Yeah.
And my understanding is this is a third-party inspection.
Correct. This is a
Did
third-party
insurance
inspector.
hire them to come and do this? or who
I
did it?
think so. But
What page is that on?
30.
Can we reach out to our insurance and see what,
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Is that the direction you'd like me to go, is reach out to the insurance to see if this is going to benefit us at all?
Right.
Because
that's what I think we should do and see.
this is going to cost us some money to go through and do this.
Is that
Time,
at every
labor,
fire
materials.
station or just one?
Every fire station, AMR buildings,
At road shops.
road shops. This is every shop that we have that doesn't have a bollard by the doors.
Okay. Yeah.
Well,
I
like we
think-
talked about last week, I had mentioned going through this. And as a commission, we say what we're doing and what we're not doing.
I think.
And then we
know.
said, well, we're gonna wait to see if the insurance requires it or not, and then,
That's what I think we need to do with this, to call them insurance and see if that's something that's, is that something that you're requiring for the rate we have now, or if there's a discount if we do it.
Okay.
okay, so risk assessment. You're gonna work with Chastity, we're gonna work together to see if these are required. If they're not required, we're gonna come back next week, we're gonna go back through it as a commission, and we're going to tell Jesse what we're gonna do and what we're not gonna do.
Good.
You good with that? I think some of them look easy, but
There's a lot of them that are required to get done, which isn't a big deal, but there are some in there that I do have questions about.
well, the electrician, did you hire someone?
We have not done that
Okay.
yet.
Those are the ones.
The problem with going through and hiring an electrician to do that, they're asking to do a thermal scan on those panels. We're in the winter time when the furnaces are running. You do a thermal scan on those panels, it's going to show that it's warm. The furnaces are running. You're going to have a warm spot in those panels. So I kind of have a conflict of interest there with them wanting to do that. Randy has those thermal imaging devices that we can do that ourselves on these electrical panels.
So it's just a matter of time.
Yep.
So you can complete that.
Yep.
Okay.
Which there's plenty of time to do it.
But isn't there a range that's acceptable?
Well, see, and that's what we need to get a hold of and figure out what's the range that's acceptable on that.
Can you add K-Camp to the agenda for next week, old business? All right, Jesse, you just let us know if this is required or not.
Yep.
And then we'll go from there next week.
Okay, going on Highway 546 west out of Centerville. This is one road that Todd and I have had quite a few discussions about. We have some culverts that need to be replaced on that road. If our weather continues to hold good like it is, we're going to start these culvert projects middle of February to the end of February. So we're going to have a couple down 546 going west out of Centerville. There's two culverts at 500 and 1077 that we need to replace also. And then the two culverts on 1095 going north from 1650. We have two culverts up there that need to be replaced also. So just so you're aware, we're going to be putting notices out come middle of February, end of February, if the weather holds, to get those culverts replaced. so we can get them patched up and get the roads worked on. The ad has been sent to the paper for the old jail demolition to get bids in for that. So those will be coming in up at the park on the 14th this week. We're going to have a walkthrough for cabin number 7 to be remodeled. The bids will be due the 23rd, which is a Friday by 3 p.m. Our tire bids, they are due this Friday, and we'll open those up next week.
Okay.
So I'll have unless you have any questions.
Things. Can we put the one that you're talking about, the cabin walkthrough for cabin 7, can we put that on Facebook, social media?
Okay.
And then the other thing, when IT was in earlier, he was talking about the generator at the old jail.
Mhm.
He said he had everything else removed from there that he needed. That was done in July, just the generator. And we had a discussion if we could just move the generator.
Yep.
Possibly.
Yeah, I intend to keep that generator. It's a good generator. Then
We're
we
talking about hooking it.
To the courthouse,
Courthouse.
the old district court, the appraiser's office.
Okay. We can go through and figure out what we need to do to get that taken care of.
We'll start
Have
on
we done
that.
anything on the patching of the potholes?
Todd has been out this last week, patching potholes throughout the county. He's slowly making his way through, taking care of them. So we have several that need to be taken care of. And there's several spots in the road that we're just going to have to, they're going to be, it's kind of a sad patch deal because it's such a large area. We're going to have to go through and mill those up and lay hot mix back down on top of those. So that's part of this year's coming projects. So we can get some of the swags taken out of the road. So some of those larger potholes, it's not going to be a pretty patch, but it's going to make it better than what it is currently. So.
Okay.
Can you just give us an update on G-Works in a couple of weeks?
Yeah, when they decide to get back to me.
That's fine.
We've reached out to them a few times and they're going to do another training with us. They have not given us a solid date of when they're going to have everything migrated over to it. So.
And the last thing I had regarding, it's not that I necessarily think it needs to change. The Airbnb login for a Linn County owned Airbnb is just under Sherry's personal name and account. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. And moving forward, is that how we are going to host on Airbnb? It's just a discussion topic. I'm not asking for it to change, but those are all hosted just by the individual, just so we know.
Okay.
Can you just add that to her marina? Just put Airbnb under there
Okay.
on hers.
What exactly do you want?
Just put a discussion for Airbnb and how we host those online.
Okay.
I don't
How
have
we
anything
post
else.
them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Number one, just ask her, does she like it that way? Is she okay with it? With just her personal name? Also commissioner's input on if that's how we should do it as well. And legally, possibly Jacqueline, that might be something you can look into. How to host.
Okay.
I don't have anything else.
Sherry did send out a spreadsheet of the cabins. Were you commissioners able to get that? Of the cabins renting out last year, each cabin per month. Did you guys receive that spreadsheet?
Did you?
On 1/9, I got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she had the tab for 25, 26, and 27 on
Yep.
there.
Okay.
I looked through it. Do you guys have any questions on the park report?
I don't.
I don't have any, Jason.
Okay. The only thing we have left is just planning and zoning. We're still short 2 people on the planning and zoning board. One in Ally's district and one in Jason's district.
Okay.
I can go ahead and take care of mine. I had it under new business, or no, old business, but I'll make a motion. We appoint for District 2 Planning and Zoning, April Umfenauer. Effective immediately.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
One other thing with planning and zoning, we're looking for another surveyor to approve the surveys. Hopefully we can find someone here local, more local than what we have. So just so you know, where our contract, you guys wanted to go till the end of December 2025. We are looking for another surveyor to approve survey plats for us. So
But they cannot do any surveying for us.
yeah, because it'll be a conflict of interest. So just so you are aware, we are looking for that.
Okay.
Okay, if you don't have anything else, I will.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thanks,
Have a good
Jesse.
week. Clerk?
I don't have anything particular for me, but the attorney asked for a 10-minute executive session for attorney-client privilege in anticipation of litigation, KSA 754319B2. And who would you like in that? Okay.
I'll make a motion. We go into executive session, KSA 754319B2, attorney-client privilege with the 3 commissioners, the attorney, and county clerk. That's my motion for 10 minutes.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Returning at 10:56. There was no action. I'll make a motion. We go into executive session for 5 minutes. Attorney-client privilege regarding pending litigation, Kansas statute 754319B2.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Sorry. Jacqueline and 3 commissioners only, returning at 11:08. 5 minutes. Oh, sorry. No action. I'll make a motion. We go into executive session for 5 minutes with the attorney and the 3 commissioners. For attorney-client privilege KSA is 4319B2. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Returning at 11:09. There was no action. Moving into old business, handbook, revise the handbook. Mike Murray, you want to come to the podium? You're on the agenda today. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys? And again, thank you for the work that you do for the county. I appreciate it. And I just had a couple of questions and a comment, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
One of them is, last year I asked you a little bit about sanitation and wastewater and stuff like that. Did you guys ever have a chance to research that?
I think our position, we stated our position the last time, didn't we? That it was,
Yes.
our
You give
position
that to
hasn't
me again?
changed. Oh, boy.
They're private businesses
Okay. Yeah,
as far as
I understand that.
the hauling.
I understand that. But my question was, if those two businesses go out of business, what recourse would people that own homes have? And if I read the statute 31 right, it falls upon the county. So I was wondering if I read the statute wrong or not.
I'll let Jacqueline respond to that. I don't,
I didn't, the letter
It's probably not going to happen, but I think it is a legitimate concern with, if there was an EPA problem or anything like that, that happened to put these companies out of business with government regulations. If I read the statute right, it falls back to the county to have some plan, not necessarily take it over or anything like that, but some plan.
So the letter that I had from you from a couple of weeks ago, it didn't have a statute in there, and I wasn't able to find what it was that you were referencing. It sounds
Okay.
like you're saying chapter 31 now. But the county's position is that the sanitation hauling is conducted by private entities.
Okay.
And so if private entities go out of business, new private entities can be contracted to perform a same or similar service.
And you'd have to issue them permits, correct?
I mean, to the extent that any of the contractors have permits from, the county, there's a process for that that would continue to be upheld.
Okay, it was probably just something that was, last December, the, Commission on Mental Health come in. I know they asked for some funding or something. I believe as Jim said that the guy that's in charge of it makes too much money. And I agreed with that. But then again, I saw a little boy get mauled by the dogs in Linn County, and that has to be a mental health problem that guy had. So I really think you'd ought to maybe consider a little bit more about what the sheriff had, because I thought he had some really great points for you guys. So that, I just, that tragedy right there, in my opinion, I could be wrong, I'm not a doctor, seemed to be an issue of mental health too. That, we have issues like that, so what's a life worth? And I agree that the salaries of that gentleman is probably way too high. That's a state problem.
No, it isn't. It's a 6-county area problem.
It's a 6
That's-
county
that-
area problem.
Our board,
Okay.
that we've talked about, Mike, is the one that decides what he's making.
Okay,
And that's where I talked about the 7 commissioners
Right.
getting on this board, because after the fact that we've seen what's happened, that we're wanting to correct it.
okay. And since I'm retired, maybe I'll take time to write a letter to the 7 commissioners about that thing too. Because I think, I agree with you 100%. That's way too much money.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think if you'll find, I think there's some questioning on the billing that's coming through the Southeast Kansas Mental Health
Okay,
that they're trying to get from Medicaid and Medicare, that they're getting questioned quite hard on right now.
And then the last.
And it isn't that I'm against mental
Right.
health. I
Okay.
don't want you to think.
No, I'm against that much money, and I
want it to see the money going to the services of what we're doing.
Yeah.
And you know, just because we're throwing $70 million at the services in a 6-county area, that's what their budget is.
right. And to be honest with you, I thought when I was up there talking about the mental health, I'd be bored to death, and it was actually really opened my eyes to some of the problems that our community does have.
Right, Mike.
And then last, I wrote a letter to the appraiser about property taxes, and she responded. But she also, I had a question on gravel roads, and Public Works man's gone, but guy that used to work for me is now president of the Kansas Aggregate Association. Out of 105 counties in Kansas, only Douglas County does really gravel roads like they should be. It's basically they use an optimized gradation with some limestone fines and get it packed in. They really don't have the problems that the other. So it might be something, and I know it's a lot more cost, but then you'd have to look at life cycle costs too when you costs. So I just was going to say, Douglas County Public Works seems to have a much better solution than any other county in Kansas on gravel roads. And the guy's name is president of that Kansas Aggregate Association now, Chad Gerhart with Midwest Cut Materials, and we had quite a bit of talk. Very interesting on what they've done in Douglas County. So I just wanted to share that with you. And again, thank you guys for your time. I appreciate your service.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Or do you want us to move to recess and go over? Do you have an opinion? You guys ready to go into the handbook? Do you need this TV on? Yeah. Sorry.
So is the TV is not coming on, Jason?
There's no signal.
I have the remote for input.
It's Jason is trying to get us on the TV. I do have an updated, semi-updated handbook. You do not have a copy of it because I didn't want to confuse you with what we had talked about. So I just will present this to you here. I can then give it to you afterwards. But I just didn't want to confuse because I'm not going to lie. As I was looking through it, I was back and forth, and I just want to make sure that we're moving forward with what we agreed. So what you asked me to have them check with. So for the changes that you wanted to make, what I'm trying to say. Okay. Okay. So a little bit. Maybe back Okay, so as you can see, what's blue here is what was initially red, and she has taken out anything that we changed and just where it made it a cleaner view for us to be able to see this with.
Okay.
So moving forward here, let me get to the right spot here. So she hasn't completely wiped everything out, only because I only asked her to make sure the changes got made in the books so you could read them and see them of how it would look like in the handbook. So you're welcome. There wasn't a lot of changes in this until we get to, most of this was all just logistical or verbiage usage and just rewording that. Okay, so one thing she wanted us to take a look at is page 9 here. So again, you can see nothing major was changed, mainly just the verbiage and not anything that you guys asked for anything to be looked at. The one thing she did want us to take a look at is page 9. It is talking about the romantic. There we go. The romantic and family relationships at work. I would like for you to take a look at that if you could for a second. This is also on the other handbook. Their question is, or their comment off to the side is recommended but not required. I want to know if you want this in there or you don't want this in there. Again, this was before me coming into play that she was making this, or they were making a suggestion. This makes everything bigger for you guys. Sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to make it a little bigger for you. Do you have a recommendation, Jacqueline, about yay or nay?
I don't love the discretionary termination language that's in there. Other than that, I don't have an issue with it. I don't have an opinion for or against, but the discretionary language about potential termination at the discretion of the BOCC seems like that could give rise to unwanted conflict. Under what circumstances would you do it, not do it? It's not really spelled out.
It's not spelled out of who would take the action.
So it says up to and including like termination or whatever by the board of.
Oh, the BOCs. I see it now. I'm sorry.
It says separated by reassignment or termination at the discretion of the BOCC. So let's say you terminated somebody, but we know that a different set of people are related by blood or marriage and they didn't get terminated. How do you explain who you terminated and why versus why you didn't terminate or reassign someone else? So,
and rarely would we be terminating. That would be up to, this would be policy that other department heads would enforce, not.
Yeah, but in this language, it says
I know
you guys. So I just feel like that is asking for trouble when it is wholly discretionary.
I get it.
I guess my question would be, I feel like because of our small area, we're all related in some way, shape, or form. I mean, so how again, this was not something I asked for her to put in this. This was in here when I came on board. But if this has been an issue, has it not been an issue? Is this something that's maybe commonly seen in bigger counties that, I mean,
The language regarding the supervisory capacity is something that the board has already enforced, that they don't allow a spousal relationship to be in a position to determine the wages or the performance or whatever. So that is something that has already existed, maybe not in this language, but it's something that the board has already done. So I think it's something that the county employees are familiar with, that they don't allow husbands or wives or boyfriends or girlfriends to supervise the salary of the other one. The rest of it, though, is a little bit vague and gives a little too much room for interpretation, I guess, slash a lack of consistent enforcement. So it can come across that the board of county commissioners has some sort of favoritism or whatever if only certain people it's enforced against, or to what fashion, right? Well, you, Chastity, you have to be reassigned, but you, Jane, you can stay, or you are being terminated, but you aren't. It just, I just think it gives rise to conflict that perhaps you all don't want. But as far as the supervisory determining thing, I think that's something that has already been in place.
so again, she stated that it is recommended but not required. So
I think that to the extent this is the only place where it is in this handbook, and it's something that the board has already done as it pertains to the supervisory capacity thing, I do think that it does need to be in writing so that we can show that we are honoring our policy whenever we do sort of reassign somebody's supervisor. And basically, while I don't have a breadth of experience, the experience that I do have is that we have made sure folks don't report directly to their significant other. I do think that that policy needs to be in writing so that we can show what the justification for why we're doing such things. So if this is the only place in the handbook where that's written, I do think it does need to be there.
okay, I will ask for her to reword that and change that to where it's the supervisors, department heads versus board of commissioners, for one thing. and
But
change
yeah,
that.
I mean, but the other thing is they need to decide whether it's in general. The board needs to decide whether they want this policy in general
Okay.
or only in regard to the supervisor subordinate
Oh.
situation. Because that's the part that is,
They-
right now it shows both. Right now it shows both supervisory and regular equals or whatever. This policy as written right now, it represents both. And what I'm saying is I know that the board has already carried out its policy considerations regarding the supervisory piece, but not in regards to relationships generally. And to your point, Chastity, regarding we're a small area and people that are related work together, that is something for the board to consider. Are they wanting to adopt a policy that doesn't allow family members to work together? Or are they only wanting to keep the policy where family members don't get to determine the job performance or the salary of their?
I think it's the latter. I think it's that they shouldn't be allowed to perform performance reviews, provide salaries, things of that nature.
Okay, I'll have her work on that.
Is that what you guys want, Ally and Jim?
So you're saying that it'd be somebody that's actually working for you is what you're saying?
Yeah.
And that's where you'd go instead of any type of two brothers working together or on the same crew.
Because this could be read to mean that two people cannot work in the clerk's office under Chastity if they are in a relationship
Any
with each
relation,
other. Is that what you want, or do you only want it to be that like Chastity's husband can't come work for her, or you know, that type of a thing. So do you care if relations are in the same department, or do you only care if they're a supervisory subordinate position
I
with
think
each
it
other?
needs to be only in supervisory subordinate relationships.
But how far do you carry that out then? I mean, what are you saying there then, I guess is my question, as far as relative.
Like, I think the question is, can your brother work for you? Can your sister work for you? Or are we,
Brother,
can your
son-in-law,
mom,
or who,
your
where
aunt?
do we do that one, I guess is my question.
Or are we only talking about intimate partner relationships?
And basically on that last
I mean, it
paragraph,
says a familial or intimate relationship.
Right, both is in here. So Jim is, I think, asking, do we want it to be both, or do we want it to be intimate partner?
I think it should be both.
Both, everybody, you know, you can't work for your son, can't work for dad, or,
Right.
you know, that's where I feel it should
Now,
be.
can they both work in the same office, just not
Yes.
supervisor?
That's what we're
Okay.
talking about.
You
Yeah.
cannot be in the supervisory role with a family
Sure.
member.
Right. Okay.
Not that they could work for the county, but it just can't
Correct.
be for director.
You good with that, Ally, if they make that change?
I'm just reading through the exact paragraph. I like the first sentence. Second and third. I'm not a fan of the third or the last paragraph. It's like the second someone starts stating they have to report it immediately. I don't know. I think we could keep it with the first. Just take out the last paragraph, but that's just my opinion.
I think that last paragraph is so that we don't
No.
end up with an issue down the road. Well, yeah, well, we've been seeing each other for 6 weeks. You know,
We've been seeing each other for 3 years.
right? And they're their supervisor. You know, it allows us the ability to do what Jacqueline is saying and make those moves where, okay, well, we're going to switch you to a different road shop, or we're going to switch you to a different department, so that we don't have this potential conflict.
Again, especially if it's a supervisor employee relationship.
That's what we're concerned
Yeah.
about. Okay.
I see where Ally's coming in at this, because it says promptly inform the department head. Well, if I'm the department head and I, not really married, but start having a relationship, who am I reporting to?
The commission.
Yeah. So is
Your
that what you're-
supervisor.
Ally, is the concern there? Or-
Yeah, all of it. I'm just, even those that are, if it's not in there now, those are they're dating now, there's gonna be some adjustments there, but I'm fine with moving forward with adding it though.
I'll visit with the HR gal
I don't
one more time regarding that thing. Okay, moving on towards the bottom of this page. So right here, it says, in addition, the very last line, in addition, in a few situations, I'll let you read that. Her comment is, are these all independent contractors? For that word contract. I don't think the NLRA differentiates between exempt or non-exempt and excludes ICs. And I'm going to scroll this up so you can read that next part there.
So the question is what again?
Her question is, are these all independent contractors? So in a few situations, we have employees hired as a contract. So like my position as the economic development director was under contract. I was a contractor, right? Is that correct or not correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that's what they're asking here. Are all of these individuals independent contracts? And I don't think the LRA differentiates between exempt or non-exempt and excludes independent contracts.
Okay.
So for instance, economic development, was that an independent contract? I don't know.
I don't either.
Did you sign a I mean, I don't think we signed a year-to-year contract on anything.
I signed a contract, but it wasn't a year-long contract.
Just that
It just
stated
contract.
what your pay
What my-
was
right.
and what your hourly, I mean, your
Right.
vacation and everything, but it wasn't a year to
Nope,
just, it
I
was
did,
just.
did not have to renew it at the beginning.
Right.
So how many do we have of those out there right now?
That's another question. I don't know. I know I was. Is planning and zoning one of those?
Oh, they're hired underneath Public Works.
Yeah, I don't have that answer. Let me dive into this a little bit more.
And do contract employees receive benefits?
Yeah.
Or no, or how do we determine that?
Right.
It's in their contracts.
It's gonna be in there.
Well, it is in their contracts right now. Anybody that you have that's a contract employee, you've written it into their contract, whether that
Whether they
includes
are
or
or not.
doesn't include benefits, etc.
That was part of the negotiation. Okay, I'll look into that a little bit more and see how that needs to be handled. Okay. Nothing on 10, moving to page 11 here. The question that, what hours, here we go. So this is the key piece here is this word break as. Although breaks are not required by Kansas or federal law, an employee may be given the opportunity to take a brief, reasonable break as approved. Mandatory meal breaks are clocking out. I don't think that really affects much. I think that it's just a verbiage component there.
Okay.
She did, the next thing was just she updated the attendance and punctuality. Again, 90% of that was verbiage and putting it in a flow of words from that bottom part that she marked out. She put it in the correct flow of where it should be at. General pay. This is a section that she did fix the pay scale. So this is what you guys were talking about in regards to wanting that not to exceed 2 steps at any given time. That's what you put at the bottom, or that's the very last line there. It is a piece that she fixed. I just want to know that you're okay and satisfied with the way that is worded.
Okay. So is it any given time or without? Because can only exceed 2 steps without a change in job
Or training.
or training or certifications. That's what we had said.
Say that again. Where do you want this? So where is this part going at? What do you
At the very end.
First
Okay,
sentence.
so after the
May not accept 2 seeds except where additional training, certifications, or
Job duties.
job duties have been.
But I think even at that, did you guys believe that we ought to set that as far as that type of deal ought to be once a year instead of?
That's my next question.
So I think the question is, to the extent that the director of public works position becomes available, and then somebody that was a foreman, right, now becomes the public works director, is it fair that they're only entitled to 1 step at that time?
It
So
wouldn't be
that's not
because of
what-
these job duties. As long as we did it with their job duties, you could, if your job duties changed, you could.
And I think that's what he's saying, that that's not clear in here, that even if the title the job duties, the
Promotions.
certifications change, promotions, right?
Right.
So if someone is transferring to a position that as posted has greater than a 2-step increase from where that person is now, they shouldn't be disqualified from receiving that particular raise if they are accepted to the new post at the higher pay, even if it is more, or 2 steps or more beyond what they're making now. Is that what you're saying, Jason?
Yes.
So in other words, this policy has to have an exception for certifications, job title, job duty changes.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to add, except where additional training, certification, job duty changes and job duty and or title changes occur. Something along that line.
Sure, justifying the increase.
Okay. Okay, I'll come back to that one as well. 12. Nothing there. Nothing
Just a
there.
question on the 2 steps really quick. If we do move forward with adjusting the matrix or adopting a new matrix within a year or 2, would we have to come back and revise this again with the 2 steps, or is that just something that we can we
We
change
can.
the verbiage on the 2 steps in case we don't do steps in the future? How would you do that?
You're gonna have steps, I think, no matter
matter
what.
what.
It's just what the amount each step is.
Okay, we'll just review it later.
Mhm.
It may take a year.
Because I have collected information from other counties. I've started collecting some other matrices and things like that. I will tell you, well, us and one other county, I've so far got 3. Ours is just weird, and so is theirs. Everybody else's is cut and dried. It's like $21.25, not 4 numbers behind it. And then then their raise is like a 13-cent for each step, versus whatever, 8 cents for ours. It's just ours and in other counties is similar, and then the other 2 that I have are like pretty cut and dry. So I do think you're right, Ally. I think that would just be an amendment, but it'd probably be a year's time frame before that time frame, or before we change that. We may want to change something else too. So okay. Everything else there is the same. I think the other big component piece was moving to page 19. And once I get this done, I would like to be able to take a couple weeks, be able to send this to you. You guys look back over it completely and be like, yes, let's move forward, or no. Let's see, I'm trying to get to page 19. Where am I at here?
14.
So this was another question that they had, and in this paid time off, they fixed the holidays. She included our full-time employee are actively on payroll the full day before, full day after, and of course, this is going to be approved by a department director or elected officials from year to year. The question she has: do we exclude anyone out on unpaid leave or disciplinary suspension for receiving paid holidays?
Can we go back up to the holidays?
If they're on unpaid leave, shouldn't they be?
We can add that one in there. At noon. Mm-hmm. Again, that would be a year-to-year thing, because there's going to be some years we do not have Christmas Eve.
That's fine.
So it's probably not going to always be listed in there, because some years from year to year, it's not always going to be listed, because that'll be a year-to-year decision by you as the Board of Commissioners. She was asking about Christmas Eve and why it wasn't listed, but it's not always going to be. That's why we added that last line of is approved by the Board of Directors. And I really think department director needs to go out of there, because we as department heads aren't making that decision. It's you as the Board of Commissions, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll fix that word. Let's read Board of Commissioners. Like I said, the question she has is,
Yeah,
But
but
comp time.
yeah, I was gonna say the
That's-
stuff before it though.
oh yeah, I see what you're getting. Okay.
That's
Or-
it's managed by the
Oh.
department director.
19. Oh, it's on the next page. I'm sorry. that's going on where it talks about holidays
Right.
are subject
Board
to
of
change.
Coun- yeah.
Okay, so that stays.
That's right, yeah.
So, but the question she has is, are you going to exclude anyone that is on unpaid leave or disciplinary suspension during a
Holiday.
holiday? Are you allowing them holiday pay or not?
I don't think we should.
I mean, the way it's written, it says on actively on the payroll, and they're not if they're on unpaid, right? Or does that still count as actively on payroll?
I think it's still actively on payroll because I think they can choose their sick time or vacation time to be using during that time if they're on suspended pay. Can they not?
I have to see that portion.
Mhm. That's it. To me, that's a rose. I couldn't answer. I can't answer that, but
I suppose it is best practices to write out the exclusion if that's what you guys intend to do. If you intend to exclude folks that are out on unpaid leave or otherwise suspended disciplinary action, do you intend to allow them to receive holiday pay?
On unpaid leave, is there vacation time continue on that? I mean, how's that policy? I mean, we get a day a month or something, right? Vacation, sick leave?
I think it's 8 hours per month after, I think it's 0.6 and then 8 hours,
So
something
if we
like
have
that.
somebody on suspended leave, is
It's a good question.
that stop then or not? Shouldn't it?
Well, Jacqueline, when you asked to see it in the handbook, do we know where that portion is?
I don't think it's in there. I think
Okay,
she's
so you're saying you need
should.
something
It
else needs to be
in there.
added then,
Okay.
right?
If, so right here it says, are actively on payroll the full day before and the full day after. I think the HR lady is saying, if you intend to carve out the people that are on disciplinary action or some sort of unpaid leave, you would have to add that to this section.
Mhm.
Okay, so can we ask her to add that to this section?
Mhm. And I will confirm that with Rose on how that works. If they are suspended, if they continue to receive vacation,
Okay.
sort of thing. Okay. Moving over to the next page here, where it continues on talking about holidays. The way the handbook is currently worded, the word firefighter in that last paragraph, you can kind of see it 3 lines down in that last paragraph. She's inquiring why police is not listed in there. So I just want to make sure that it's okay that firefighters and police. The other question I would have is, where does this fall if we had a massive snowstorm or snow on Christmas Day? How does that affect our public works guys? Will they be called, even though it's quote unquote a paid holiday? Are they called out to work?
Yeah, they
So
were
then-
just,
Right,
they
they
just
come
worked
in and
I
work
think
on,
that whole verbiage needs to be changed then, where it's not limited to firefighters and police. It should just say employees, with the exception of employees required to work on holidays,
If you had any
Or
employees.
essential.
essential employees.
And I think the firefighters, are our firefighters employees or are they?
Volunteers.
They're volunteers, so that's why they're excluded as it is, because even hired firefighters are actually volunteers that are ultimately only paid a stipend whenever they work or when they're
Right.
called into work, that type of thing. So that's why they're accepted, whereas police are not, because the police are not volunteers, they're
Employees.
employees on salary.
So it can, so the way it is worded, you can stay the way it is then with firefighters in there?
I think so.
Well, that's why they are specifically accepted, is because they are contracted basically per fire, per
Right.
call out. They're not actually employees of the county. They get paid as they work or as they respond to a call type thing.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. So those firefighters, if they get called out on the day of a holiday, are they paid time and a half or are they just paid their regular
Oh, it says with the exception of firefighters.
The firefighters contract that they have regarding their fire pay, that spells this stuff out. But
Nothing needs to be changed here then.
I don't think so.
yeah, I mean, the essential employees that are called in to work, I know that the sheriff has their own policy regarding holiday, pay or hours or whatever. And so really you all have to decide what you're going to do about your essential employees, such as emergency management or public works, like for snowstorms, tornadoes, etc.
Okay. Okay, moving on to sick leave. The question here that she has is this prorated for partial months at the beginning or end of the month, and does it accrue during leaves? Which is back to the question we just had. So I think I'll inquire this with Rose, and then we can come back to this part.
Okay.
Rose question. Okay. Moving forward there, the 20. Okay, so she inquires on page 23. She wants to inquire a little bit more about this partial wage replacement and the partial leave policy. So I found the partial, did I find that? Yeah, the parental leave request form, and then the document that came with it for the executive order 1819 from Governor Jeff Collier in regards to what our current current leave, I guess, is. She just inquired, is this a separate document? I'm inquiring that I'm suggesting that we need to place somewhere in here that HR has this document. This again will be a document that I feel like will be on the website under our employees accessibility. Are you familiar with this this at all?
Is this the extent of the parental leave
Yeah,
policy?
let's see if I can get that to the next page. So you read that part. Here is the rest of it. Any comment there?
Is this the extent of the parental leave policy of the county? This is what exists right now?
That's what I have, with the exception of the request document and then the actual executive order from the state. That's all I have found regarding it.
I thought you all had a policy where folks could donate their time off to a person who needed it for whatever reason, health or parental.
That I think will fall under our sick leave bank, but I don't.
But this is specifically carving it out. This is saying may not be donated. And so that seems to be inconsistent with what I understood the existing policy to be. I don't have the language in front of me, and neither do I fully understand or appreciate the way in which an employee can donate their paid leave to another employee. But I just know that that is a phenomenon that is allowed in this county. And so you all need to decide whether it's something you want to continue to have or you don't want to continue to have it, because this is specifically saying cannot be donated.
Have we always had the primary and secondary caregiver language like that?
I have no idea.
'Cause it says the secondary is in blue, so,
What's in blue, I mean, that was initially in red the first time.
so
So
it's
nothing
an
was
addition.
changed, yeah.
It's still an addition though.
Uh-huh,
Okay,
correct.
so we give a primary 3 weeks. Who's determining that? You?
HR.
Just says they'll give it for 3 weeks, so the primary caregiver, 3 weeks. So it's automatic.
I know, but I'm just saying if the father works here, the mother doesn't, like he's gonna say, well, I'm the primary caregiver. I support my household. I am the primary caregiver. I'm gonna take 3 weeks. I would do.
This can be read to mean that a pregnant mama who delivers her baby is entitled to 3 weeks of paid vacation, period, and nothing further can be donated.
Yeah.
That's the way I'm reading it.
A little drastic.
I mean, it seems a little under. It seems less than what it should be. How about that?
Pregnant, this is just on FMLA online. Pregnant mothers can take time off through the federal FMLA Leave Act for up to 12 weeks. Well, okay, that's unpaid though.
Mm-hmm.
The FMLA
There's
means
also-
their position cannot be given away. They don't necessarily have to
So
be
12
paid.
weeks, that's okay, job protect. I feel like we should put more of that language in there.
Rose is telling me primary is female.
Well, and that needs to be added.
Well,
Primary
right?
is female, secondary is male, or then one who does not, and then one who does not give birth.
But what if the mother passes away during childbirth?
Or what if it's an adopted
or
situation?
an adopted child? Exactly. I
Or
don't.
what if it is a same-sex marriage, adoption?
Yeah, there's too many. I'm not for sure I love the wording on this, but we also need to decide how many weeks we're paying.
And whether you allow donation.
We also need to have the Pump Act recorded in there as well. That
Say
needs
that
to
again,
be
I'm sorry.
the Pump Act for breastfeeding mothers needs to be added. That's my opinion. I guess it's up to you guys too. It's a law.
I thought there was something in there somewhere about breastfeeding that we seen earlier and something other, but I don't remember where it was.
Yeah, there was as well.
There is something in there.
There is
Is
something in there.
Huh?
There is something in there.
I do remember seeing something in there at one time about that.
So yeah, we need to find that because.
Because it needs to be. Yeah.
And then you all need to decide about weeks for what was traditionally called maternity leave. You need to decide how many weeks, and you need to decide whether it's something that can be donated.
Rose is confirming and saying, we do not have employees donate to others. Sick leave bank is for themselves. They can donate their own time to their own sick bank. That's the way I'm reading that. It says, we do not have employees donate to others. Sick leave bank is for themselves.
So in other words, someone could donate their this year's sick time to their bank that they could potentially use next year. Is that what you mean?
That's what the way I'm reading that.
Yeah, because you can get up to 400 hours or something sick leave, I think, right?
Right. That's what it just said. A couple paragraphs above.
So you carry it over from your up to 400 hours, and then you can't carry any more than that over.
Yeah, and that needs clarity in that next section, which I know we're not there yet, but I just was reading that. The way I'm reading it, and that falls of you can donate it to a sick bank that anybody could use.
It doesn't make clear that it's yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just this might be something for you to look into, Jacqueline. I'm reading on here new Kansas state laws that come into effect January 1st, 2026. Senate Bill 153. It's for Kansas paid prenatal leave up to 20 hours for prenatal appointments. That was effective January 1, 2026.
What was it, Senate Bill what?
Senate Bill 153 provides prenatal appointments for 20 hours of paid leave. That might just be, well, no, that says Kansas state employees will receive 6 to 12 weeks paid parental leave. And then above that, it says Kansas state laws. And that's Kansas paid prenatal leave. Senate Bill 153.
So these are changes that are beyond the changes that we looked at.
No, this is not anything different. This is just, she wanted more clarification if this is how we wanted this to be.
Okay.
From what I'm gathering, this might be a little bit vague and not clear to her as well.
Okay.
So I don't show that Senate Bill 153 law. It says effective January 26 provides 20 hours. So that's the house. This was from Rachel. Bill. It's very confusing. It just says contribute, and it's like her, real. Yeah, so if that's so confusing.
I'm going to recommend that I get a few more answers from Rose on how we do our sick leave, our accruing the sick time, the possibility of donating it, and maybe even have a conference call with their HR consultant. And we need to come back to this. And then I'm going to ask that you as commissioners look over this on your own as well. And if you have questions prior to this next time we meet about this, shoot them to me so I can inquire with Rose and our HR consultant. I feel like we're under pressure right now and not being able to fully understand maybe what we're reading. I know I'm not. So, and I want to.
I think that would be good, Chastity.
Find, yeah, okay.
I'm good with that.
Okay, the next thing is the page 25. Okay. So what you can see kind of highlighted here in the gray, a little bit of the gray area. This is talking about the review committee. And I know that was a question that I had this last time of who is, as an employee requests sick leave bank and whether his or her sick leave can be used. The question was, it says audited by the review committee. And I asked, what's the review committee? Well, as I dug deeper and got back to the office and visited with Rose, this is what she is suggesting we put in there because this is the correct thing, is the review committee will consist of 5 members and 1 alternate. Those are intentionally kept anonymous.
Right.
I know who they are now. but they are kept anonymous for a reason. So moving forward, the county counselor, the county human resources, and 5 other employees appointed by the commission. The review committee will follow a set of guidelines in determining approval or denial of the leave bank. I'll let you finish reading that. I don't need to read for you. You're big guys.
We're big. All right, so I don't know I don't need to necessarily, but it does say that we appointed them.
And I did confirm they're all currently employed still. So I think that's probably just a review of the thing from year to year. I don't know how often this situation comes up, but
Okay.
I think this section that she's added in that little highlighted area is a good description and a little more informative to the employees that this is how this will work if you ask for sick leave time.
Okay,
So if you're okay with that, that's okay.
I'm okay with it.
The second part is leaving without pay. Her question here is, this is her words. This is really generous and not something we usually see other than as an ADA accommodation. Confirm this is the intent. So she's talking about this whole section. She wants confirmation that it is the intent of what you're trying to do.
Makes sense. Thank you.
I mean, basically what we're saying here is that the department head or elected official may approve or decline based on the operating needs.
Basically, if we had the job, though, we don't want to be without somebody for a year, do we?
Right.
But
And I took this a little bit as, you know, maybe you have a new employee come on board and they don't have vacation time built up, but they had a vacation planned, that this would be a discretion at the department head to make that, yes, you could take that week off without pay.
Right.
So we're good with that? Everybody's good with that?
I am.
Jen?
Do you have any concerns, Jim?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. And I think, oh, nope, we gotta go to the very end. All right, let me get to page 33 here. That's. Okay. Jury duty. So this is brought up because of the way we have it. She says, again, this is not required, but it is permitted if it is your policy. So the question she has is that very first paragraph: Linn County supports employees in fulfilling their civic responsibilities by serving jury duty when required and fully compensates them for their hours they are required to serve, to the limit of hours and days they would normally have been scheduled to work. Okay. I don't know about how we do it here, but if I get called to jury duty, obviously I don't have any control over that. Does jury duty pay me to be in jury duty? And if so, where does those funds go? Because you're also paying me an hourly wage.
But that doesn't mean everyone that works for Linn County lives in Linn County.
Right. No, I understand that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that Like when I worked at the school and I had to go to jury duty, I got paid my hourly wage. I didn't have to clock out or whatever. But when I received, I think it was like a $13 check, I had to give that to the school because I was
Where
paid
we
my
worked
hourly
it,
wage.
They deducted it from your pay is what I think. If you went.
Mhm.
No, you didn't.
So
get
the
to
way
keep-
I'm reading this though right now is we're paying them their hourly wage and they're getting to receive their jury duty
Yeah.
paid, which again, you're right, it's not much, but
That's gonna get tricky though, because elected officials, because I just had jury duty not that long ago and I was paid, so
Yeah,
You
but
talk-
you're not on duty.
yeah, you're not in
yeah,
our,
it's on duty.
You're
So
not
elected
on duty.
officials.
You're not
would you be?
required to be
I
there.
would be.
Okay. well,
But then again, with you, you're not required to be
True.
there every day. I mean,
I am, but let's,
I
yeah, I mean, I understand what
That's
you're
what I'm
saying.
saying.
Yeah. Yeah. So how do you handle that with your non-elected person? I mean, non-elected officials? Are we paying them and letting them keep their jury duty check?
Yeah, I think we have been.
I'd say we have been.
And a question I would have is like Jason mentioned too, I mean, we're talking minimal dollars. Is it something that we want to have to keep track of?
I don't think we do. I think it's a bigger pain than what it's worth.
Like you said, it was like $13.
Mhm.
Maybe it's $8. It's very
Mhm.
low, especially if you just show up and.
Right. I'm okay with leaving it as is. She wanted me to clarify this with you guys because she said it's one more perk, right?
Right.
Most of the time, I would assume that if you work for the county, you're going to be dismissed. I don't know. I guess I don't know, but that might be.
It's going to depend on what the trial's about.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't know. I say not worried.
Going to the very last line here, this for any other court appearances, employees are allowed to take time off using vacation or compensatory time, accrued hours, or take over time. Okay, so it says, is this necessary? It doesn't look like a state law requires it, and there is some room for them to ask for pay when they are the plaintiff. I think this goes back to kind of what I was just saying. The
Okay,
definition
so
of
delete
hours
it.
worked.
Delete it.
Yeah, I agree. If you guys are in agreement with that.
I mean, it's already been covered elsewhere, I would say.
Okay. Okay, Jim and Alan, you guys good with that?
I guess my question would just be, this happens a lot with the sheriff's department, probably. So we have to think outside of.
I'm not talking about deleting the whole thing. I'm talking
Oh.
about deleting the
Yeah,
last
just the very
sentence
last line.
before.
Oh,
Or any
I'm
other.
sorry. I thought you were like.
Yeah.
I'm like,
No. No,
Okay.
just that last sentence. For other court appearances.
I'm fine with taking out that last sentence. Makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
That was,
Sorry.
it's okay.
All right, next line here, she has under civil leave, this little highlighted section here. It says Kansas statute 44131. This does not need to be paid. So this is regarding national defense or emergency preparedness.
So she's saying we need to delete the part in blue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So they would have to have been called upon the federal government officially to perform those duties? Is that what I'm reading?
As in they would call it
Like they would call
for them.
for them,
Yes, that's the way I'm reading that too.
but it's not really clear that they're saying that, but I would like to know if that's what that meant.
Yeah.
I mean, because Randy could come in and say, well, there was a hurricane in Louisiana, so they need help, and I'm going to go. Well, was he called upon,
Right.
or is he making a decision?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
I don't know.
It does make sense, Ally.
Okay.
Let me look into that a little bit more too. I think that's a pretty vague comment. Like I'm trying to figure out what she's, yes, I understand that they should be given the time off, but she's saying according to Kansas statute 44-131 does not need to be, as in we don't have to pay them. Do we pay them?
Well,
I guess that's the
saying
question.
we will pay them and that, and
Yeah,
now,
saying we'd have to pay.
now let's say someone that works for us is in the National Guard and they're called, then we're paying them the entire time they're gone, on top of their military pay.
Right. That's what I'm getting at. We do that for them. So are we going to continue to do that for them?
Is that what we do?
According to the
I
Kansas,
don't
The
know.
National
It's for
Guard,
sure
if
National
they went
Guard,
to
if they
the whole
paid
year.
if they make, I don't know how that is for sure.
Can we look into that?
yeah, I'll look into a little bit more of this. Okay.
Because that could just be under military,
Mm-hmm.
but the civil is talking about national defense, so that's just a little confusing to me.
Okay, number 30, page 37, towards the bottom here. Okay, so here's where the whole process or the section starts. It's the standard of conduct. And really everything's already been in there before. Nothing has changed other than, habitually now becomes just abusing leave privileges and this bottom one of failing to call in when absent except an emergency or an avoided. Okay, so her question is this. Are you subject to the NLRA? Most governments are not. Do you know if Linn County is subject to the National Labor Relations Act? Because it says nothing in this policy is intended to limit employees' rights under the NLRA.
We'll look into it.
Okay,
I'll get back to you.
so I'll come back to this.
We'll have Jacqueline review that and then she'll have it hopefully next week or give it to you this week in an email.
Okay. All right, grievance procedures. You guys asked that we take a look at potentially removing elected officials because of really no
Course of action.
sure takes place. So she removed, she's talking about moving the elected officials. So formal complaint. The only concern that she had regarding that, let me find that email, is you are correct, they are elected officials, so they can't be fired or disciplined, but employees can still file a grievance. For example, if someone has a sexual harassment complaint, you, the employer, have a duty to care to investigate that complaint, write a report, share with the city council. So what she's implying is she does not believe we should take out, you can't file a grievance against an elected official. Because if I am, God forbid, sexually assaulting or
Right.
harassing, that grievance needs to be filed.
Okay, but is that what it's filed as a grievance, or is it filed as a sexual
question.
assault complaint?
Through the sheriff's department.
Yeah.
Because she
I'd say
said,
that would go to the
Sherry has
sheriff's
to take some
department
time,
themselves.
some time to move soon.
We wouldn't be here.
Yeah, yeah,
What's another example?
that's just the only one she gave me. But you're right, that sexual harassment would go, that's a whole nother,
Right.
that's a legal situation at the,
Right.
straight up legal.
Right.
I mean, and all I was looking for was just to make it clear to our employees who can be punished and who can't be.
Okay. She did remove all of the elected official set with the exception of they could report to you. So
Okay.
she said a formal grievance must be presented in writing to the department of elected official, but before formal grievance is filed, an employee shall attempt to settle complaints through his or her department director or elected official. So, and then that you guys could act as a
So
grievance
does
form.
that mean if someone had a grievance against me, they would not be able to now fill out the form and give it to you? Or they still could, we just take no action?
That's what I'm
Because I had a file, I had to do all these trainings. Jim is, we spent tens and thousands of dollars to look into investigations.
And that's what I'm saying.
So
we should
now
be-
we're just going, if there is a grievance, or we're saying, no, you're wasting your time if you're even filling the paperwork out to give it to the clerk.
Is that what
That's
you
what was,
said,
that's what was brought up at the KAC
Mhm.
meeting.
That would save the county
Yeah.
a lot of money.
So you're good with that then? Everything's good with she just cleaned all that up. So again, when you guys go over this, just make sure you read thoroughly through this section. She cleaned this up a lot.
Okay.
Okay, I think that, drug and alcohol policy. So Allie asked, what was our drug and policy? What is our drug and alcohol policy? So the current policy or the current steps that take place is if it is during work hours, they come to us and we do, and I say us, HR, and we do a drug test through our department. If it's after hours or weekends, we send them to CHC in Pleasanton to follow up and do the drug test. Our HR consultant is recommending that we have a completely different drug and alcohol policy. It is a several page document here. I will get this loaded and submitted to you guys, just so I do have copies here if you'd like to just take a glance.
Who do we use though? Who was the other company that we used? Because we don't
Compliance.
Compliance. So
And that's through our office. That's who we submit our stuff to for.
So it's outside agency does all the testing then?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we collect the sample and we send it on
for
in-house.
I don't even think we should be in part of collecting the sample myself on any of it. I mean, I don't think the county should be involved in any of it. It should be an outside party for the whole thing.
that's why I was asking about Compliance One. So we're the middleman still with Compliance One.
Yep. We are.
Well, we didn't, but that's again, my question really wasn't, well, I guess I did have a question on the policy. I knew we had one, but it didn't make sense to me. Also, when we went out and had the sheriff's department do alcohol tests, it's like that had nothing, I didn't know that was part of our policy ever. It doesn't state that in there either. Why and when would we call upon our own sheriff's department to do breathalyzers?
Amongst each other? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
But in our current policy, it says the following employees will be subject to random drug and alcohol testing. Any employee designated in DOT, any employee who is authorized to drive county-owned vehicles or equipment, and firefighters may be subject to random drug and alcohol testing as outlined.
Random testing.
But protocol on who we use, how and why. Does that make
Versus
sense?
compliance or.
Compliance, or we're calling
versus-
Sheriff X saying, can you come
Oh, I
help
see what
us
you're
with
saying.
something?
To me, I don't think it should be any kind associated with the county. It should be an outside agency of some kind on that type of deal.
So are you still in agreement that if there was an accident, instead of them coming to the clerk's office and we come to the clerk's office then, right? During normal business hours, you're saying we're not going to do that. We're going to have them go to CHC.
That's what I think we should do myself on an
Because we're already doing that after hours.
Mhm.
Does it have to be Pleasanton? Can it be any,
They're the ones that have
they have a contract with us?
no,
They have the testing ability.
and the on-call.
Mm-hmm.
But what happens
The
if it
walk-in
happens at
clinic.
night? I mean, if it was an accident that happened at night, what do you do? I mean, you have to have some place that's, you can do it 24/7.
Which makes me wonder if that's where James Akes comes in. It's like what he's saying, if it's all after, the CHC closes at 7 p.m. and this, one of our sheriffs or whatever has an incident at 9 o'clock tonight, who's going to do the drug and alcohol testing at that time? I'm not in, I'm in agreement that it should be an outside thing. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I feel like for the safety of any employee, it should not be somebody within the county.
Shouldn't be somebody.
So on a new hire, do you send them to CHC or do you do it here?
It's been done here.
I don't know if are we qualified to?
Rose is the only one right now. The discussion was that I and Grace here in this office.
Just on a urine samples, what you're saying.
Mhm.
That's- yeah.
There's been discussion of Grace and I being qualified or certified to be able to do that because of the random K-dog or the dot testing or whatever that has to be done for our road public guys.
But anytime that's done, they can still go to CHC.
Yeah.
When they don't have to use compliance. Do we have a contract with Compliance One? Do we have a financial obligation to them? I mean, before we say we're not going to do that,
I'm not sure. That'd be a Rose question.
let's figure out if we are going to owe them anything or if we have a contract with them.
CHC.
Right?
No, with compliance one.
With compliance. I guess you can look into CHC too.
Yeah, I will. I wrote that down too.
Are there any price discounts that if we decide to make this move, will we get
Did you want to throw something?
you want to make a comment, Jesse? Is that what that means?
So when you have a commercial driver's license and you are with a company, you have to have a certified drug company contract with them. And so that's why we have Compliance One. We are obligated to use them due to our contract with them that we renew yearly.
Will they use it 24/7 or?
It's a 24/7 deal. Yep. So that's why we use them. We have a contract with them.
So when you need them, you don't call Rose.
So Rose is used as their third party to send that to them. Where we don't have anybody in-house to do a certified breathalyzer test, I'll use the sheriff's department on randoms. But if we pulled in all our drivers, then we pull Compliance One in with their breathalyzer test and they print a deal out. It goes with their file and with the drug test. So what Rose is able to do is just the UA test for it, but we have to have that with Compliance One in case we ever pull anybody in to do the breathalyzer test for everybody. It's something that's mandated by Department of Transportation.
Okay.
So that's coming out of Public Works Fund for the contract.
I don't know where it comes out.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
I don't know.
So you're in favor of keeping Compliance One
You-
because
you have-
there's an
you have to
obligation for the
keep-
county that you have to have someone
Correct.
here.
So when I was running my own trucking business, I had to use Compliance One.
Okay.
You have to have that with the Department of Transportation. It's just something you just have to have.
Okay.
It's regulated.
Maybe just a little bit more of a breakdown on that, on Compliance One and those
Mhm.
regulations we have to follow and then move
Yeah.
forward. Thank you, Jesse.
Yep.
Thanks.
Does Compliance One have any agency around here, like a contract with a hospital or anything?
So the one I was using was out of Topeka. So when I was running my own deal. So I don't know if there's anybody closer than that.
Okay, so obviously, from what we're hearing, we might have to keep them for the DOT, but when it comes to new hires, since Rose is qualified through Compliance One, has her training, I'm assuming, and certification, it might be. Do you feel better about that, maybe? I do too.
Yes.
So with Rose doing it for new hires, we can use anybody on a new hire. on that. But it helps when she's a third party with compliance one. So you can use whoever for pre-employment, but when you run it into the commercial driver end, you have to follow those DOT regulations.
Okay. That makes sense. Thanks, Jesse.
Okay, the only other thing I have is page 43, and it's just, there's no changes that need to be made. I just want to make sure that we have it clear. It was brought to my attention that we as employees are not required to take an irate phone call. Do you want to elaborate a little bit about this? Civility, I think
This, yes, and a hostile work environment doesn't just necessarily mean employee supervisor. So our rules of civility and decorum can apply to anyone unless you all want our employees to be facing angry folks, which we're talking, you know, cursing and swearing, and you know, the problem with these types of things is they got to be clear, because it's not like you're just subjectively refusing service. And so it's from an objective perspective that nobody in that situation would want to be cursed at and yelled at and that sort of a thing.
Right.
I will elaborate just a little bit on this. We had a situation on a Friday afternoon. An individual came into my office. We were literally within just seconds from calling the sheriff's department. Never used a cuss word one, but was irate, would not understand that he could take the documents and fill them out and return them back to our office. I have now instructed our office that if this gentleman walks back into our office, someone needs to call the sheriff's department and have them over there just in case. A couple employees were a little bothered by his actions. So after more conversation with Jacqueline regarding this, and I'm not sure that it needs to go in our handbook, but I would definitely like to see something on our website that states this for our public, that says.
I think it also does need to be in the handbook, and that you, well, I don't understand how, but you've always said, you know, publicly, we have to take any comments, whether it is.
We do.
But it says elected officials up there. So no, we don't. But yes, we do.
So when it comes to like public comment, the First Amendment allows folks to say their piece, that sort of a thing. We can have rules for decorum and civility, even in here for that. But if someone's just mad and they're mad at Jim and they want to say, you know, Jim, you no good son of a gun, I am mad at you that you did all of these things. That's probably fine. But if they're cursing and swearing and threatening to do something to him or to his family, we don't have to deal with that type of a thing.
What about those types of harassments that we get on our cell phones? We just take it? Do we report that to the sheriff's department?
I mean, to the extent that any person is in danger for theirself or others, now it's crossing over a line. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's something to be said for the freedom of speech, but you're not free to threaten folks, free to stalk folks, free to, you know.
Well, I would appreciate whoever is calling me from a no caller ID number weekly to please stop. Thank you. We can move on.
I think that is it.
I had a question, or I had made a note. We had talked about this, but I don't know if the other commissioners We're in favor of that, or maybe you talked about it when I left, the dress code for the county, and then also termination policy and protocol. Dress code, we currently do not have a dress code for our employees. I think that it's important that, I mean, obviously each department is going to be different. I don't think it should be under one umbrella, but if we're working in the courthouse or within those types of departments outside of public works or sanitation or noxious weed, I do think it's important that we have a business casual dress code.
As I mentioned, I had a couple employees reach out to me and asked if we had a dress code, and from their own visual aspect, they had seen an employee wearing pajama pants to work. And then we had an individual that is out in the field wearing athletic shorts and a oversized sweatshirt, and just didn't look even remotely professional or even semi-professional. And they had a concern for that. And so that's one reason why I am bringing this up. I do know that as I looked in files, I found one for the Linn County Health Department that they enforce in their department or use in their department. And, you know, it's pretty plain and simple. Just says, you know, more or less, look presentable, take some pride in yourself. Grooming, being neatly groomed, no torn or ripped, frayed jeans. Clothing must be, you know, free of stains. Talks about if they're a nurse, what they should wear. No leggings, no sweatpants, no shorts. So I personally would like to see that each department develop a dress code, and that those documents are sent to us at the clerk's office. So during the hiring processes, when they come in for their hiring packet, we can include that in the packet that they have, depending on which department that they are in.
Yeah, I think it's something that needs to be done at a department level, not at a employee handbook level. Because I think each department's going to have different requirements.
Yeah, we sure
Elected
would.
official could determine what they choose to have. To me, the elected officials could choose what they see fit for their department, and then
Go from there.
like the road and bridge or all that. To me, they shouldn't be wearing boots because we're paying boots,
Right.
boot policy for them. Jesse could come up with something there.
Yep.
Sheriff.
Would you like to put something in there?
I would like something
code
in
that-
the handbook that states dress codes are department level or something to
That's
that
fine.
nature.
And then it's requirement under the department
Mhm.
head to have that
Right.
filled out for their department.
Department head actually put something in there from the
Yeah.
department head. You could update it yearly or whatever.
Okay.
I like that. Termination policy protocol, when we are terminating an employee, we've reacted or done different things differently for different individuals, such as bringing the sheriff's department over and having them escorted out multiple times, but sometimes we don't. Whose decision is that? And then how or when or why are we having the sheriff come over and escort them out or not? Or is that something you want to just
What's your idea,
have a
Jeff?
policy?
We're talking about now terminating employees.
Terminated employee.
I don't think it's in the handbook, is it?
No.
Yeah, so it's not totally discretionary, so you guys need to decide whether you want it to remain discretionary or you want some type of termination policy in place, such as returning equipment, keys, and as for the sheriff.
I think it's important that we have at least the keys. What did they have when they came in? What are, equipment, laptops?
Each
phones?
situation there's going to be different too. I mean, it's
Correct.
like, to me, the discretionary type deal you use it.
I'm okay with adding discretionary as well, but like Chastity was saying too, when we hire someone in and they get a phone and a laptop, those need to, and keys, and what building, and when we give all of those items out, having noted their file that this is what they have, and so when we do terminate or they leave, then we know what we're trying to get back. And we haven't been keeping record of that within their file. Maybe Chris has an idea of, hey, yeah, he probably knows that they have a laptop and a phone, but he may not know about keys. He may not know about a vehicle. I would just like to add something similar to that. I don't know if it necessarily needs to be in the handbook, but maybe like an umbrella statement in the handbook regarding termination.
Yeah, because the other flip side to that is, and I don't even know if legally this can be done, but can their last check be held until everything has been returned? You know, if they do have keys, if they
I
do
don't
have.
think you can do that legally.
Thing that you also need to talk to the HR folks
Okay.
about as far as I mean, it sounds like you're thinking of like a check-in, check-out policy for new hires and termination. What types of language do other similarly situated municipalities have for?
Do we sign off? I mean, do you sign when we receive equipment, a computer, phone or anything? Does employees sign for anything? Nothing, no, we just give it to them.
Go.
Bus, we just
I didn't think I signed it. I got my computer, but, well,
been a few years.
yeah.
Okay, I'll look into this as well.
What are other counties doing?
Yeah,
Just
I'll inquire about that.
give us a document.
Okay. I would like to table this for a couple weeks. There's no way I can get this. And I, like I said, I would like for you guys to be able to have plenty of time that once I get the most updated document from our consultant, that you have some time to look at this. So
You
I
want to
think
do
that
the
would be good.
26th or
I
February?
would like to move it to February 2nd.
Okay. Handbook approval, February 2nd. Business.
Yeah. And hopefully getting that
Okay.
done and taken care of.
Where were we? Okay, you ready to move on? Are we good? Okay, so going back to Tisha Coleman representing Southeast Kansas Mental Health Advisory Board, we had a long conversation about that when she had come in. I'm just circling back. I went through the bylaws. She sent all of that to me. I don't know if she sent it to you guys. Her appointment to the board, I think we're pretty sure it was January 11th of 2021. That would have put 2024 as her 3-year mark. And if we obviously didn't appoint her again, or I know I didn't because I wasn't here, but that would put her at January 11th, 2027 as her end for her next 3-year appointment. So I would like to officially state that she's going to be there until January 11th, 2027, but somehow we need to keep track. And if we want those to be opened up again, how are we going to do that in the future? Any ideas?
I think it states in the new bylaws that the 2-year terms and then you said you're out.
It's 2 years.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it is.
But that was theirs, so
That's their.
that's their bylaws that we have to follow.
2 3-year terms and then you're out.
I think so.
Okay.
So that would be,
But you know, we made that as our policy on the planning and zoning. I don't know if it's written, but we did talk
A
about it. It's
resolution.
two 3-year terms, and then you have to set out a term.
And that was what again?
Planning and zoning bylaws. I mean, you can go back and find it in the minutes. I don't know that it's been put in the bylaws, but it was voted on because it's you get 2 3-year terms, and I think we did that for all boards
That are under the county.
under our direction.
Yeah.
But you'd have to look for sure, but I think that's right. As far as Linn County.
again, this comes back to just maybe an agenda of organization moving forward. So when we're looking at November 2026, I need to at that point be already putting on the agenda for November 2026. Then we need to be looking into and advertising to put out for Southeast
Well,
Kansas
it
Mental
even
Health.
goes back to, I think, Ally, the boards, we're supplying board members for Southeast Kansas Mental Health.
Yes.
And they should have some.
They should be reaching out to us.
They had to go to our minutes to find out when she was appointed.
Right.
So, I mean, we have some issues.
It's very unlikely a lot of these we get last minute notification or, hey, we haven't had anyone sitting
Well,
on
the
board
other seat,
for a couple months.
that board member came to us and said she was getting off, and we never did put anybody back. That's the reason why we went a long time without a board member there. And I think we see what that got us. I think we better start paying a little bit more attention. And I mean, I'm guilty of that too, but that's the reason why I got on the board too. It's 'cause
I just know that I'm gonna constantly be say, hey, I need this on the agenda for the 20th, and then I say it to Chastity, and then if she misses it, and then 2 weeks go by, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I thought I said that, and it just gets confusing. I would like to have something. Maybe we can work together if you guys are okay with this. If Chastity and I can work together, put something together to where if we discuss what's going to be on the agenda next week, that I can come in here and do it in real time, and she can see that it's already been added. Anyway, I'll move forward from that. Courthouse Heritage Trust Fund. So we had canceled the application, I think last year.
Yes.
And so moving forward, we have been working on the courthouse with the insurance. So it's too late for us to apply for 2026. Those applications were due in November, which we knew we were not going to be able to get that done because we were waiting on insurance. However, moving forward, these applications are always due November 1st of every year. And so I would like to have Jesse kind of start putting together a plan of, we need the paint, we need the HVAC, like what do we need done on the courthouse? Windows that are broken, electrical, all of the stuff, a list of everything. And then this summer they offer free workshops for grant writing for this particular Heritage Trust grant. I just want to make sure we're on top of that and we don't miss it for 2027.
Okay.
Those should be an 80-20.
They fund 80.
50-50 match if it's nonprofit. So we could think about that too, if we ran that under e-community possibly, but other than that, it's 20%. They will pay up all of the renovations or
20% on
upgrades.
renovations.
20% upkeep. So if we could put that, if you guys are okay, are you all right with Jesse looking back into that one again?
I am.
Okay.
Is that something that he can? I mean, I don't know if SEK RPC has any.
I think we were gonna use them, but
I don't know. If they've done them
a
before
lot
or
had
not.
happened, and then the insurance thing, and so maybe if we get Jesse back on it for February, just so it's on his radar, if we were gonna want to do this. It has to be done by November 2026, and that's again another thing in the calendar that I need to see something. We've got to figure out a way. I'm not saying you've done anything wrong or myself. I just cannot keep track of everything and the grants and when things are due, just with what we're doing right now. So, I don't have anything else. Do you guys have anything?
Just
Figure out the
carryovers. Budget.
Do we want to
transfers.
recess? Did you need a recess?
Yes, we can recess for just like 5 minutes.
I'll make a motion to recess for 5 minutes, returning at 12:55.
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 10 minutes. I make a motion, we recess for an additional 10 minutes,
I'll second that motion.
returning at 1:06. 1:06. That's my motion. Oh, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm bullying. We are back in session. Moving forward with the over and under budget for 2025 before we approve the equipment reserves.
One for each of you.
Oh. Ah, sorry.
This is just the general fund that I quickly put together during one of executive sessions. First column obviously states the fund name. Second column is the amount that was budgeted. Third column is the amount that was spent. And the fourth column is what was either over or under.
So under budget, 409, wait, no, 4 million? Sorry.
Yep.
4,198,449.34.
The majority of that is in contingency.
Departments that were over budget for 2025, contingency over $4,634.31. The courthouse was over budget, 67,717.
Ambulance was over.
Oh, ambulance, sorry about that. I mean, the line. Courthouse, $67,716.38. Register of deeds, over budget, $13,518.88. County attorney was over budget, $2,505.63. Treasurer was over budget, $1,747.65. And the commission was over budget, $11,257.26.
Where did
Which
that
I
come?
don't understand that.
You look up right there on
Do
the
you have-
top page, the very first thing is commissioners. It's broken down into your personal services, payroll, contractual, commodities. You can see what's.
So did we budget enough for 2026 then? I don't understand why we budgeted 3,000, wasn't it 3?
Commissioner's contracts.
Budget.
Someone went over 2,000.
7.
Yeah.
We spent 7.
We spent over 2,000 there. It was in wages and
We didn't give a raise.
We should be setting an example of how we're spending money. We should be setting an example of when we are getting close to going over, why, how. and
so
why.
that's the salary.
Which that wasn't on you.
Yep.
How could we have done that?
So in the past, do you think that they took out under the courthouse when they paid for our trips for the conferences?
No,
No?
Because that's not.
Oh, it should have stayed out of our.
that would have been like the $5,200 in
Can
contractual.
you give us a breakdown of what we spent?
$7,215. Here, pass it to her.
Sorry.
I apologize. I didn't print it out. It's 168 pages.
No,
long,
it's-
guys.
I would say that's basically salary.
Yep, that's where it
So we'll
shows it.
never be on.
We never changed anything.
The same. 2026, you're going to be over budget again. Because your budget did not change. And I only knew this because I just did this Friday with the training group of getting everything entered in.
Well, I was thinking that moment when we approved the budget, we weren't changing, and so I think we just assumed that the prior year was the right salary.
Right.
So we didn't increase our
If
salary.
you look back, you're sure just based off of salaries that it's gonna be the same way.
I know that I entered the same number, that 87.
Can we go back and look and verify everything that, as far as wages there to make sure that that's,
Yeah, I don't want Jim being paid twice.
Is that what you're implying?
Yeah, I just wonder if something happened, if something got charged to that, because
It wasn't supposed to, because it just seems strange.
huh?
Seems strange.
We went over like
Yeah.
that high. Because it's in salary.
What about the
Is
courthouse?
your contractual, can you tell me on your commissioner's contractual, did you go over with that?
Yes.
So Joyce just did send me an email and said, in the past, it's been paid out of the courthouse contractual.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
This would be your,
KAC.
The KAC, I thought that was always
for the
paid.
dues,
Mhm.
She's not paid it yet. It's not come out of this. I'm just, in the past, it's come out of courthouse contractual. I personally did code it to commission contractual, but it needs to be coded to courthouse. She's asking
I
for
don't know how it
clarification.
was, but that's what you've been doing.
I mean, I feel like you're not getting a full and clear view of what commissioners are spending if you're going to spend things out of the courthouse contraction.
I agree.
I
It should
agree.
be of your commission.
It should come out of our,
But regardless, the salary is basically where we're wrong.
But you will be wrong this year.
Yes, because we didn't change it.
That's $4,900 for KAC dues. And last year.
So hang on though, but dues, KAC dues, is that for the entire county?
Kansas Association of Counties, sir.
That's why it's coming out of courthouse, not for us. We're talking about
That isn't,
any trainings, anything contractual.
Okay.
The KAC meeting came out of contractual
For us.
for us.
as far as what we paid to go to the meeting and
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, $2,000. So if it's going to be the same or increasing, then
Because your hotel would have come out of that, your conference itself would have come out of that.
Correct.
is there any way we can look back to see what that is or what it's out, what was in there? Other on that too.
Yeah, you can go back and tell me the last several years of where it's been paid from and how much it's been paid, so we can kind of see where we're. I'll get a breakdown of that for.
were we around the same over for 2024 as well? I'd be interested to see that.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, we'll do a breakdown for the last couple of years just to see that.
Was there anything specific in the courthouse that we did that made us over?
Mapping, why are we over?
It's hard to understand what we did though.
Extra
based on the document.
72,000 in
It
mapping.
should just be a couple
Because of
pages.
payroll, some,
Yeah.
So
because
I'm
of
gonna tell
Pam,
you, it's like
Pam,
part of
the
it's
transition.
wages,
that would be some of it, but
Contractual, and it's like, what was contractual? Can you break down contractual?
possibly. Contractual is pretty big.
Well, it's $60,000 that we have no idea why we went over.
And again, is that normal?
I
Do
don't-
Jim or Jason, do either of you remember being in the negative with the courthouse in the past?
I think we have been.
I don't remember how far like that, but
Okay.
And gasoline tax, so is that, we're over $10,000 in fuel?
tax you paid on. We shouldn't be paying tax though, right? It's state tax anyway. This is-
What are you talking about?
Huh?
Is
Where?
it its own,
Yeah.
own budget?
Over
Or-
$10,000.
Or in courthouse?
What, do we pay
Under
state
courthouse
tax? I don't think we do on
10,000.
gasoline. We get it
We
back.
budget 20. Do what?
I don't know that we pay the state tax on gasoline since we're a government entity. I might be wrong, but I thought somebody told me that one time.
Okay. So what are we gonna do in regards to these other funds?
So currently, for resolution number 2025-32 per auditor to date this back to December 29th of 2025. Currently, District Court, Gina Witherspoon has requested that $5,000 be transferred to Special Equipment Fund. Information Technology, Chris Martin is recommending asking for $24,000.
If you have a copy of that,
I can give you a copy of it. I can make a copy.
it's okay.
And you
Randy
said,
Hegwald,
the district court asked for 5,000, right?
And that was for
sounding.
sounding,
Mhm.
soundproof,
Soundproofing.
the jury room.
Mhm.
The 24,000 Chris was asking for. He came in here and said it. Anybody remember?
Some equipment or something, but I
Because we
can't
have to have
Oh,
that in
it's
there.
something to do with the towers and servers in the jail, I believe.
Okay.
Randy Hegwald, $15,000. He would like to transfer $15,000. Jason Parker sent me an email. His was for updating some mapping equipment.
Where's?
Plotter.
Flyer was 15.
Our plotter printer and mapping server are old and will need to be replaced in the near future. The minimum cost for each of those is $12,000. So
On mapping.
yes, so he would like to transfer $40,000. Do I have that on there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're down there. Bottom. Okay. Appraiser Lisa Kelstadt is asking for $40,000. She has, I think, a vehicle or two that needs to be
Replaced.
addressed. Yeah, we need to replace a truck with another vehicle. We need to replace some, if not all, of our hard drives and monitors. She would like to buy a battery pack, a battery backup for all of our computers, as we only have
15.
2 right now. And they're still saving to look at automating our field work with Field Mobile.
Okay.
Is she on here? I can't.
Fire's not on here, is it?
No.
I don't see
What's missing?
appraiser.
Fire.
Fire's different.
I know, yeah.
So it's
Okay.
emergency,
Yeah.
Yep.
emergency preparedness is where he's transferring that, not out of fire. Sorry.
15,000?
Yep.
Okay.
Is not, because she is a different fund. She's not in our general one, I think. Appraiser here, she 502.
Appraiser on there.
750. It's not, because she's in a different, she's
Okay.
not in the general fund. She budgeted 502, 750, spent 450, left behind 51, 760.
And she wants 40.
She would like to transfer 40. So that probably needs to go full separate. I don't know that-
I think we always included them all together
Yeah, I
before.
thought so too. I thought that's what, okay. Moving forward, economic development, there was 41 to 1176 left over. So moving that. Elections, I think there was like $18,000 left.
42, that's wrong on the figure there, the 42, what that is.
Yeah, I've left it.
Okay.
Yeah, 4211.
76,
I'll
okay.
confirm that number before I have this document finished.
Okay, so I stated the general fund, and that is incorrect, just so the public knows, because we had an error on
With the
Ego
appraisers.
and appraiser. Yeah,
Yes.
just so the public knows.
Okay.
Barb, if you want the exact numbers, I'll get them
Yeah.
to you later.
Elections, I think there was $18,000 left. She is working towards continuing to update any equipment that needs to be done. There's minimal in the clerk, I understand that, but there is absolutely nothing in our equipment reserve, and we are the only office that has desks that do not lock, that do not function completely, and that is my goal, is eventually someday down the road to have new desks.
So you're transferring how much?
2,900. The Marina, Sherry would like to transfer $25,000 into equipment reserve and then 25,000 into park contingency. And she had a total of 123,000 plus in parks.
And she only wants 25?
That's what she asked for, yeah.
2250, right?
Yeah, 50 total.
Yeah.
And then James Aches with the sheriff's department is requesting 152,000 for the tasers. And Ellie, if you'll give me that document beside you, please, the, yeah, so I can confirm the economic development. $41,211.76. $41,211.76. And then if you want to have at the bottom of that, just for your review of the appraiser. It's like she budgeted. Sorry. 502,750. Spent 450,980. 78 cents. And that leaves her 51,769.22. And that brings us to looking at planning and zoning. They want to transfer $40,427.52.
They don't even have that, by the way I look. If that's right.
Yeah, you're right, it's not. They're probably going off a document that was given to them like early last week, and I literally ran this morning just after everything in 2025 had been paid.
Okay.
Custodial would like to transfer $24,119.23. Confirm that because that says 33. Yeah, 33. So it is correct on the newest document, just not on what I just read to you. Solid Waste wants to transfer $158,408. Is that one on the document that I gave to you?
Yeah, 396.
Yeah. It's different.
Solid Waste wants to transfer 158, they had 408.90.
Yeah, now it's 396.72.
Yep, I was double checking that too. 358, 396. 72.
Okay.
And then noxious weed, $44,174. And I'll go check that one. So That's correct.
And you have all of that on that resolution there, or no?
I don't have like changing
Yeah.
these there and all that. I'm getting ready. I can print that out if you'd like to take a quick look at it again. Take the paper view. 1 second, we'll do it.
I think we're still discussing on which ones. we're going to
But I
add
want you to be able
on.
to look at it and you can.
Yeah, that'd be great, yeah.
The only one that's not listed on there right now. Dollar figures, planning, zoning.
You want to start at the top and see if we're okay, if we agree on it from the beginning?
That's
All
fine.
right, 5,000 for jury soundproofing room for district court. Everybody okay with that one?
Yes.
I'm okay with that one.
So the rest will go to contingent, or to the general fund? Okay.
So, let's see, was district court on here?
The top.
They were under $9,476.06. So they want to transfer 5,000 of that. I don't have an issue. I
Now,
think
did we, when we did the upgrade, where did that money come from? When we spent money last year, I think,
What upgrade?
I thought it
to buy all the
was-
soundproofing.
I think it came out of Public Works because we had, well, I don't know, or
Or the
courthouse.
sheriff's court, or
I don't know.
Where did it come? I mean, we went to Kansas City and bought a bunch of stuff and put in there, but I just wonder where that went.
I know Sean was assigned to do it, but I'm wondering if it came out of district court's budget or.
I don't know.
or courthouse.
Yeah, it could have. I don't know where it came from.
Do you want to know for next week?
We're gonna have to make a decision today, but yeah, we could see where, that's something we could look at.
Okay, Chris Martin, IT. He was, oh, I just got a text, just so you know, it's from James Eggs. He said special building fund for the jury room soundproofing. Special building
That's
fund?
where the funds
That's
came
where
from.
they were coming from.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Sheriff Eggs. IT, they were under budget, $24,358.66. They're asking for 24,000 of that to be moved for towers and other servers. Anybody have any comments?
No.
Good with it, Jason?
Yes.
Jim?
Um,
Emergency management or preparedness, they were under budget, $33,753.80, and they would like to move 15,000. I think he was implementing sirens, right? Wasn't that what he was?
Something to do with the
I don't have
sirens.
an issue with that. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
GIS mapping, Jason Parker, he was
72,503 down at the bottom right. Up in right there.
Oh, sorry, 24,000. Wait, he was,
72.
sorry, he was under budget $72,503.74, and he's requesting 40,000. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Appraiser, she was under budget 51,769. $0.22, requesting 40,000. Anybody have an issue?
Nope.
Ego Devo, I don't have an issue moving it. Do you guys want a solid number there, or you just want to move it all? Like an even number?
You want to just move 40,000?
That's what I would prefer, but
Move 40,000 to the general fund. Or
No,
what?
move 40,000 to
Equipment
equipment reserve or special equipment reserve fund.
instead of 41,211,
Okay.
I'm good with 40 even. Good with that, Giles? Elections, they were under budget $18,205.87. They're requesting 15,000.
It's fine.
The clerk was under budget $2,953.09. She's requesting 2,900 of that for desks for the office. I don't have a problem with that. Sherry with the park and marina was under budget $123,854.68, requesting 25,000 for equipment reserve and 25,000 for park contingency. I don't have an issue with that. Okay. Public Works. Custodial, they're doing the exact numbers, so 24,119.33. P&Z, $39,086.33. Solid waste, $158,396.72. Noxious weed, $44,174.41. To me, it feels a little rushed on just taking it all, moving it. Maybe not a plan, but do you guys want to skim back on the numbers a little bit for each, or say no to some? I'm in favor of saying no to some of those.
Well, we got the solid waste to me, we planned to spend that.
Right.
I mean, we've already spent that, but the 44,000 in noxious weed, I don't know that,
We should be saving some back toward trucks or something along those
I'd
lines.
save some, but I don't think we can get rid of all of it. Do you?
That's fine with me.
How much are you thinking for noxious weed?
20,000.
I'm good with that if that's.
So that
My mic is on. Well, it is, but
okay.
I'll speak up.
Custodial.
Custodial, 24,000. Updated one. 24,119.33.
10,000.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Planning and zoning, they had $39,086.33. I don't know what we need there, but
The truck's pretty new.
Right.
I don't see a need, but
I don't really either. So if you want to just leave that one off.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
I would, in the future, not like have a document that people could be at.
I agree 100% with that. Maybe they,
Then
something
they
they
have
can fill out in
time to tell
advance.
us what are we working towards here. Okay, solid waste. They want all of it, 158, 396.
I'm okay with that.
I am too.
that one, you'll sign, what you're saying?
Sheriff Banks, 152. That's okay. I don't have a problem with that.
I don't either.
Okay. Print the revision and then make a motion.
The other one, while I have it up to, is a resolution number 2025-33. This would be road and bridge moving $550,223.42 to special road and bridge fund.
Printing that one as well. Okay. That takes care of everything. Okay.
This just has to be dated the 29th of December,
Mhm.
right? That's what.
Yep.
Okay,
Per the auditor.
right. That's what you told us last week.
This resolution is at the top right here.
You guys want to look through this? Double check everything?
Okay. Looks good to me.
You gonna make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution number 2025-32. A resolution transferring the following amounts to the following funds for the Special Equipment Reserve. District Court, 5,000, Information Technology, 24,000, Emergency Preparedness, 15,000, GIS Mapping, 40,000, Appraiser, 40,000, Economic Development, 40,000, Elections, 15,000, Clerk, 2,900, Marina, 25,000 to Equipment Reserve, 25,000 to Park Contingency, Public Works, 10,000 for custodial, $158,396.72 for solid waste, 20,000 for noxious weed, and then sheriff for 152,000.
Road and bridge
Paul.
also.
Do what?
Road and bridge is on that, is that the?
It's
That's a
separate.
different.
I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'll make a motion. We approve resolution 2025-33, transferring funds from Road and Bridge in the amount of $550,223.42. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody have anything else?
I don't.
Reminder, the meeting will be on the 20th, next week. Yeah, same place. I'll be going to Devo tomorrow morning. And LAPC meeting on the 22nd. Anybody else have anything going on that they're doing?
I'll be going area on aging on tomorrow.
Jason. I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 This isn't a motion. You need to go in and find a that tip like a permanent marker. So you can sign this just because say your signatures or the checks and stuff show up. Put you the chairperson. Fine tip. So I'll go see if I can.